you see what I just did, Sweet Tea? That's how you play this hero. You're probably not watching me though. You're not watching the pro.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think you're watching the pro. You would learn a lot
about playing Nature's Prophet?
about the game in general.
Mm. No, yeah, I just see that you two are kicking ass.
Yeah, we both are. He's fucking killing it for sure. I'm doing all right, but he's fucking killing it. All right, I'm coming.
Yep, got him. Oh, shoot.
Fuck. Get him. Yes.
To go rape this fucking keeper too.
Ren, how did you get your map to look like that? Your map is like a fall setting. It's like a warmer color.
Yeah. I think it just probably something Rob gifted me. I don't remember.
Oh, you got him.
Or I want it. I don't remember.
Nice. Nice.
It's pretty cool. I like him. I think I'll try him again sometime. I'm 10-1. Holy fuck balls. I gotta be careful now. Stupid. I should have waited for that. But we are shitting on them though.
I feel watery for some reason.
I died. They finally got me. I think I will rape their mothers now.
Someone got a little too cocky.
Yeah. That's alright. I'll get them when I get back. I'm gonna go smoke real quick. I'll be right back.
Alright, be careful up there.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna be a little more sneaky.
I'm getting bad allergies.
What?
Oh, they're up each other's asses. That was stupid on my part. That was stupid as fuck. Damn, dude. I'm really upset at myself right now. That was fucked up. Alright.
What's up, friend?
Hi.
Fucked up there real bad. Fuck.
What was that?
Real bad.
Yeah, I bet. That's because Democrats are running y'all shit as fucked.
Yeah.
And I am sorry for y'all, for real. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up, but yep.
Oh my god. Fucking god damn it, dude. I'm gonna have to start leaving y'all. I'm gonna have to start doing my own thing. I'm gonna have to start dancing around.
I get the.
Sand
Well,
King is slapping.
King sucks.
Yeah, Sand King is fucking me up. Shit.
scale steel.
It's worth it. Hell yeah, good job, team.
Yeah. This worked. This worked.
We did good.
Really worked really well. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter.
No. Nope. In Florida.
Sweet, I just made them split up so that we got that shit. Fuckers.
I'm not really looking for him, friend. So yeah. Yeah.
Dog life, bitch.
No, I never really got into him. Really, more of like a stoner. No, not really. No. There we go. Wow, Ember Spirit just did good there. Fuck yeah. We
Good
out.
job.
I fucking raped this game.
You really did.
But
Both
Seal the
guys.
deal. Seal the deal.
Mm-hmm.
get that last barracks.
I told you both didn't get to.
Shit. Good game, bro. Oh my god.
It's a really good game.
Yep. Nice job,
Feed the
Major
tree.
Prophet. Yeah, feed the trees, right?
I told them to feed the they like to feed the trees. And you got the
I don't feel
MVP.
It's
Good
pretty
job.
dope.
I think that's because she was watching your feed the whole time.
I don't know about that. I put a lot of words up. I'll say
Gotta
that.
pee really bad. Oh yeah, that's definitely why then. Yeah, all you have to do is
Mhm.
put words down. As long as you're not terrible and you put words down, you're good.
It's true. You know.
Bye, guys.
All right, sweet. Have a good night.
Good night.
Oh shit! I got shards. Hell yeah, 2,000 of them. I'll take it.
All right, I'm back. I had to pee really bad. Holy shit. Damn, yeah, I peed so bad. She left. Okay, cool. You wanna play another one, or you wanna play Warcraft 3, or you wanna play another game? I'm gonna play another Dota. Or are you done?
I'll play. I think I'm about to level up Ember Spirit. I'm like really close to it. I might want to do
Okay.
that. Yeah,
You wanna play another one?
yeah. Might play one more.
Is Fringe on here?
Fringe, yeah, Fringe, you coming in? Yeah. All right, then don't play if you're all depressed. Just chill. Probably be better if you just chill. Actually,
Why? What will that do to your gameplay?
he's not gonna play the same.
Huh? Why are you why are you in here? You want us to cheer you up or something? Why'd you come in here then? Alright. Some people can take constructive criticism and some people can't. Rob's not very good at delivering it, but
That
you
is
do
true.
need to learn. You do have a lot to learn. He's not very nice,
He's not very nice about it.
but yeah, we all did. No, that's the first bad idea. Let me teach you why. Don't fucking cry about it. Let me just listen. If you're having lag, the last thing you want to get is an item that makes you have to cast more. You want stuff that you don't have to click anything for, because lag will ruin that cast. Does that make sense? So if you want items that more were like just anything to like not have to cast anything. Yeah. If it's for that, like there. No, you just need to. I mean, listen, he's the one that was mean to you about it, but in reality, you did. You know,
You fucked us. You were the tank with no heart. You were a Splardar with no heart of Tarask.
that's it. You know what I mean?
You needed it.
It is what it is. We all
That's
have
like me
fucking.
playing Axe without a heart. They'd get mad at me too, Fringe. I wouldn't be able to tank nothing. You didn't tank, bro. Rob was hard on you. No, bro. You were by yourself, I guess. I don't know. If you are a tank, brother, well, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Just
Yeah, we
forget
all
it.
had that, but it
Fuck.
is what it is. We all do that. Don't be so sensitive about words, bruh. Just don't be sensitive about words. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Rob got mad.
Yeah,
You know,
Rob got me.
it's nothing like special. It is what it is. It happened. It's done. We've all had our days.
Yeah. I'll never level up this fucking Ember Spirit. It takes so fucking long.
Shouldn't have bought this item just now, but I did. We're about to find out how shitty it did. All right, that
Alright, I'm in
works.
my own lane. You went mid, didn't you?
Yeah, mid.
Okay, I'm just gonna go up top.
Incendiary. Oh, not good. Not good at all. Okay, I'm gonna have a very, very, very hard time in my lane.
This Darkseer is very passive, let me say that much. Just AFK type passive. What the fuck? No, give me that. Oh, motherfucker.
Oh my god, dude. All right, yeah, this might be bad. This might be really bad.
The ass dude took my vision right out. That sucks. Yeah, this might be really bad. I'm not gonna lie. Anti-mage. Might fuck us up. Straight up. This fucking frog.
Say what? Oh, she says a lot of crazy shit though. I think she likes you though. You could talk to her. Like for real talk to her. If you want to. You don't have to. But tell me to. I don't want to make the pressure weird. I think she likes you. Actually, I know she likes you. Ha ha ha, got him first. Eat a dick and die, motherfucker. I said, eat a dick and die, motherfucker. I said, eat a dick and die, motherfucker. Alright, I'm about to, when I get back, I think I'm gonna go somewhere else. Because this guy's missing because he's dead. Now I'm gonna say missing. Because he's missing. I'm going for this faggot. I don't have any boosts though. So let's get him.
They just chill under tower, bro. It's just so fucking whack.
Mount that bitch. Alright, fucking Huskars coming bottom. Be careful.
Top though.
Alright, well then still be careful. No, he's back. He's back. Yeah, or you could try heroin. Have you ever tried heroin? I was just joking, dude. I mean, mushrooms isn't helpful for everybody either. You can't really say that. I think everybody should try tripping, though. Don't get me wrong. I think it brings peace into the world. I think it's a great thing. But not. I don't think it's for everybody. I think my brother might have went crazy because of tripping. Yeah. He became schizophrenic and hung himself. It's a long story. Hang on in the game. Oh my gosh. Okay, how can I get rid of that? It's magic. Pierce's deep.
KSing fuck.
So I have to get a BKB. That is so fucking gay for this hero. Wait, they have an anti-mage? Wait, we have an anti-mage. No, they have an anti-mage.
Yeah,
Ugh, that's gay.
these dark
Ugh,
tears
that's really
fucking
gay.
KS the shit out of me.
Alright, am I going top?
Faggot.
You're top still? I'm coming top.
Fuck.
Keep running.
No, I'm dead. Pissed that dude
Okay.
kill stealed.
Oh yeah. And that's what happens when you fuck around. Fuck around and find out. Oh, look how much damage I did though. I am a thug. Yeah, it's stupid. My brother killed himself. He was fine our whole life. Started tripping with my friend Alan. Then he started talking to himself. And then, like, 8 years later, he fucking ended up killing himself. There's a lot more in between all that, but that's the gist of it. There's a lot more in between all that. There's lots of stories I've got, but it's really not a big deal. God dang, I'm good at this game. I am so fucking good. Holy shit, I'm good. Dude, I have never met anybody this good. oh, hey, oh. Daylight come and we want to go home. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and we want to go home. Oh yeah, that's how I get 'em.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
Oh
oh
yeah.
yeah, oh yeah.
Glad I was there for that.
Cause daylight come. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and we want to go home. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh no! Who the fuck let that happen? Mike? Oh wait, that's not Mike. Don't you play Earth Spirit? This faggot.
No. I play Ember. He is a
Oh,
faggot.
yeah,
He should have
Emperor.
helped you.
Wow, yeah, he fucking died.
Fuck. I fucked up. I thought I could get Lion. Totally fucked up. Get out of there. Nobody's there.
I'm fucking
They're
him
all
up though, it doesn't matter.
Oh, dope. Yeah, you are. Get him, get him, get him. Oh, hell yeah. Go,
Yeah,
go,
see, I'm
thug,
fucking
go.
so good
Go,
at this
thug
game.
life. Get him, thug
I'm
life.
so
You really
good
are.
at
Go, keep killing him. Fucking fuck him. Keep going, keep going, keep going. You are killing him. Holy shit, he
Yeah,
won't die. That motherfucker won't die.
they
You
can't kill
have?
me.
Yeah, see, dude, Fringe. See, Bristleback has a harder task, and literally, he just 1v4'd. Fuck.
Yeah.
Nigga just. You went 30 minutes without one.
No, it's more than that. I'm also bristleback.
Well, whatever. Okay. Sorry. This is a
But then
great
that's
tank,
not
is
all
my
your
point.
previous games. That's missing one.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely missing one.
Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and we won't go home. 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot up. Here we go. Here we go. About to get it.
Jesus. It was worth it.
Look how much damage I'm doing to their whole team. Nobody. Y'all think y'all can do what I'm doing? You can't. You can't. It's because of my items. I'm too thug life. Too thug with it.
Mm-hmm. Watch out, you're pretty deep in there.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. They can't do
Alright.
anything to me.
No?
Y'all could be doing shit though. Y'all can be
Yeah,
literally be doing shit this
I'm
whole
trying over here.
time.
Yeah, I'm
I have
getting over
their
here
whole
now.
team occupied,
I
and
see
y'all are
that.
just fucking dicking around like retards, like a big group of retards. It's crazy. Now I'm bringing them out though. Bring them out. Bring them out. It's hard to yell when the bubbles in your mouth.
Damn, dude. Who the fuck
Sorry.
keeps silencing
Yeah.
me like that?
Don't try to fight where I am, because
Oh.
I can take their team. Watch this. Watch this. You see something cool?
Mm-hmm. Kill that fucking lion.
Look how much I'm taking there. I'm taking their whole
Jesus
team like
Christ.
crazy.
That is crazy. Even the tower doesn't do shit to you.
Y'all fucking suck. Dude, this is bull fucking shit. How come I had them fighting for 2 minutes and nobody took a fucking thing? Oh my god. That is crazy.
Up tower, didn't we?
Fucking faggot. Boring game fucking says. What a fucking retard. It's boring because you're
Mm-hmm.
1 and 4? That's not boring. That means you need to learn.
Yeah. Jesus. Gay ass lion. Can't believe I'm 1 and 7. Fucking sucks. We're getting racks.
Good job, bro. We shit on them. I'm gonna tip you. So you and me got fucking tips. They don't get shit.
Hell yeah, I needed the XP. This is great. Let me get in there to end this shit. Checked and mated. Nice, keep dominating.
I wanted to stay in there. Whoever popped me out fucked me up.
Megas. Nice. Good job, Run. Hell yeah. That's how you tank and carry.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All at the same time. Fridge, you should have learned from that, man. You could have tanked and carried easily with Slardar. I've seen it.
What?
He said to watch the other games before something.
What does that mean?
I don't know. You must have been playing with fucking retards or something because no offense.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just
My
kidding.
gosh, did you ever get a heart? I was at an exception because of lag. If you always get a heart, bro, you should always buy a heart. But whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. That's like me saying I always get a scepter, but because of lag, I didn't get a scepter. But that makes I would still buy the same items even if I was lagging. I would still pre-buy them. But it would okay. It's fine. It doesn't matter, bro.
Wanna play? Or are you done?
I'm kind of done. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I kind of need to play my other game.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow for sure.
I spent $80 on Call of Duty. I need to play it. I'll
Yeah,
stream
you
it though
should.
if you want to watch.
I might.
Warcraft 3 is pretty fun too. Elder Scrolls is pretty sweet. Freaking nasty at that.
Oh, this rose is nasty.
Yeah. Legion TD, I haven't played that in a while. Holy shit. Hearthstone was cool back in the day, but it got better. It got not as good. StarCraft 2, Far Cry 3. Forgot about that. You want to watch Far Cry 3 or Call of Duty? I'm gonna do Call of Duty. Okay. In that case, I'll play. I don't assume anybody's gonna watch me, but I'm gonna play Call of Duty.
Do it.
It's got co-op campaign, and it's got the actor from Heroes, that show Heroes, in it. It looks pretty cool. And it's co-op. That's pretty sweet. I haven't done it yet though.
There you go.
Yeah, co-op campaign is always fun. Yeah. That was me. It was me and Rob that won it though. I'm
You go.
just kidding. I don't know. It's a team game. It is what it is. I mean, some people are just better than others, and Rob, he just got mad because, you know, you fuck up a lot. But like, I'm not, I don't. Some people are just better than others, and like some people can play for years and just not get. Some people come into the game and learn really quick, and some people take forever. It's all good. I'm not mad at you for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all gravy, bruh. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. See what happens. Hopefully, I survive.
Yep.
I love killing zombies. It's my favorite part of zombies.
Dope gun. Yeah, I'll pass it out, brother.
All right, brother. Take it easy, bro.
I'll be out tomorrow, dog. My bad. I'm nodding out. Peace.
All right.
Peace. Later,
Peace.
friend. Good games. Both of you fuckers. Good game. Peace.
Take it easy, dude.
Take it easy, bros. Later. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll be online for a little bit. Peace.
Later.
Use that aesthetic that I removed.
Fuck that. I'll leave that match. Start that over because that was bullshit. Yeah. You can see my screen. You can see that I'm here. You can see my screen. I'm playing Call of Duty. I was trying to pick up, change my class up a little bit. Yeah. So they pooped on you, you said? No, I'm just kidding. I'm stupid. No, I'm not. Oh, let's see. That. Oh, yeah. All right. I mean, right? I mean, no fears. Oh, I guess some fears are kind of valid. It depends. I mean, it depends what you mean by valid. One, I guess, and two, like, yeah. So, like, being like really, so it's rational to be. It depends what you mean by abandonment too, because like abandoned, like like kicked out of the tribe with no food, like that's something to be fearful of because you could die out alone. But fear of being abandoned by a partner, it's understandable by a lot of people, but it's not really rational because there's always another one out there. So it just depends what you mean. You know what I mean? It depends on the context. Everything's thing with a lot of things. It depends on the context. So what are you referring to? To what are you referring? I mean, maybe you are in Canada. People aren't very honest. We're pretty honest over here. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. That sucks. I don't have any friends either. If that makes you feel any better, guys don't really hang out with each other. I mean, I have friends, but like when I see them, I see them. Like if I'm out at a bar and run into them, we hang out. But like nobody really hangs out as an adult, you know. That's how I don't, in my experience, I hang out with really any of my friends like once in a fucking blue moon, like probably once every couple years. Like I'll hang out with a friend for the day or something. More just co-workers that I hang out with. So if I'm not working, I'll probably not hang out with anybody. Tell everybody to get outside, go to your library, take a chance and bumping into somebody and talk to them in real life. It's a lot better than just sitting in your house talking to people on this TV and not seeing actual faces. Seeing faces is it's needed. Like we're a social species. We have to be with people. So that would be my diagnosis. Yeah, prescription. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm playing the game. I'm trying to think about two things. Yeah, yeah, prescription. That shit's still there. Sweet. Holy shit, I got a ray gun already. Sweet. And it's my favorite one, too. Oh, so fucking cool. Oh, man, that's so great. I need to hit save. Oh, no. Can't. I don't want to quit.
I'm dead. So, like,
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you can still do that now, but you just gotta do it. Yeah. Go to a pub, even if you don't drink. Just say, do that. I don't know. Yeah. Some people are just, yeah, I guess just more social than others. So I'm not even that social, honestly. I'm just good at faking it. I'm good with people, but like sometimes I just want to be alone. I don't know. Yeah, you just kind of want to go out, and then You just run into people. It's not like you know, it just happens. Well, that's not what I meant. Yeah, yeah. You don't worry about it. Yeah. Have you ever thought about, you know, like penis butt? No, I'm just kidding. Uh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I just say stuff. Man, I'm about to crush this shit. Let's see. I wonder if I should go. Maybe. Maybe. Just maybe. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll get through this building. What's wrong with that? Howdy. Howdy, y'all. What y'all doing? Y'all like me? Oh, shit. I just kicked ass hole. I could try to end it now. I think I'm gonna wait.
You say that misery now. Hey, I have my duty left. But look at the idea of the surely they must be in high supply. Okay.
I just kicked ass. Hell yeah, I'm a motherfucking beast. I'm about to watch some videos. I don't know if I explained. Mm-hmm.
ICE is taking kids as young as Liam every single day.
This is not humanity.
So he's our representative.
If you
Trust your institutions, guys. The truth is, no, this did not happen. Officers abided by the father's wishes.
Alright, bro. Take it easy, dude. See you tomorrow, I reckon. What are you doing? Hytale? Hell yeah. Never heard. Okay. I'll check it out. Alright, brother. Have a good night, dude. I'll see you tomorrow. Alright. Get some sleep tonight, dude. But it's like 3 a.m., so you can go to bed and wake up and do that still. Okay, just be safe. Later. Take it easy. Bye.
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit as a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would dine with immigrants. You do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving. Shame. Out now. Out now. Living real comfortable while the people starve. Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're all living real comfortable, aren't you? Shame on you. Do something. Stand with the Somalis. Stand with the Latinos. Quit ignoring this injustice. He wears a suit and tie and he hangs out with Christy Nome. How is that a Christian? You're supposed to accept all immigrants, are you not? Why are you not going down to Whipple and joining us in protest against this inhumanity? You claim to be a Christian. Act like one.
Jesus said to be kind to the stranger, to welcome the foreigner, and to love your enemies. Jesus said in Matthew chapter 25, verses 34 through 46, that if you feed the hungry, take care of the sick, and invite in the stranger, you also do those things for him. And that when you don't do those things for the least of those people, then you also don't do them for him. And so for that, you go away from him and to eternal punishment. And there's every indication that he was talking about people who mistakenly think they're in, that they're safe, that they're right with God. And Jesus was saying basically, well, you may be surprised about that. So re-examine the way you treat your fellow human beings, and then we'll talk. Because the way you treat your fellow human beings is also the way you treat me. What did those Christians do when confronted with the light of how they were treating their fellow human beings, how they were treating the stranger? They got angry and they scattered like cockroaches, and now they want the state to step in, the rich and the powerful, to step in and punish the people who told them that they should act like the man they worship, because they found that incredibly offensive. Those protesters did not flip tables and they did not whip anybody. They told them to act like the man they worship. They told them to stop being hypocrites, just like Jesus told the Pharisees. And how did those Christians react? Well, just like the Pharisees did. They want the state to step in and punish them. That's how far conservative Christians have fallen. The phrase itself, conservative Christian, is an absurdity, an oxymoron. Conservative, Christ said to conserve nothing. He said not to worry because God would provide. That if you're conserving, it shows a lack of faith, a lack of trust in the Lord to provide. But now it's practically assumed that if you're a Christian, you're also a conservative. That's how bastardized the religion has become. It has become the opposite of itself. Now, that assumption isn't always correct. There are, of course, good Christians who are not hypocrites. But the problem is that a majority of Western Christians do not see those Christians who actually follow Christ's teachings as Christians. So the spark that took Christianity from a tiny sect in the Near East to a world power is gone. That spark is gone. So what you have left is a giant corpse that will take time to decompose. In other words, the religion is still massive, yes, but its trajectory is set on a declining path. A big part of that is people recognize insincerity when they see it. My belief is that all religions eventually find that path, but they're all at different stages of finding that decline. Currently, Islam's growth is greatly accelerating as Christianity's growth declines. A big part of that, I believe, is that people see far more sincerity in Islam. Muslims seem to have more conviction in their beliefs. Exactly 2 months before the protest at that church, for example, some Muslim students at the University of South Florida went to the roof of a parking garage to conduct their early morning prayer. And some Christians did not like that, so they confronted them with a protest of their own. Here's a video of that.
It's really good. Bacon? Bacon? Anybody? Under the new rules from the trophy mom, you can eat bacon. It's law. You can eat bacon whenever you want.
God commands you to repent. Muhammad is a pedophile. You're praying to a man who's burning in hell. He married a 9-year-old girl, and you're gonna, Muhammad, I spit on the grave of Muhammad.
Don't do that.
Muhammad is in hell. You're gonna burn in hell. You need to repent. You need to get saved and set free. Jesus Christ is coming soon. Take that towel off of your head. Take that towel off of your head. You need to repent. You need to repent. Repent, you child of the devil.
Hey, let him go.
Back up.
Let him go.
You're assaulting him.
Let him go.
That's not how you preach.
Back up.
You need Jesus.
Unlike you, we're not going to take your hands off.
You preach.
We're not violent.
You're gonna burn in hell. You're gonna burn in hell.
What do you want?
What do you want? Why are you here?
What do you want?
We came here to pray. Why are you here?
You're praying to the devil. That's why you got paid for it. This is free speech. You don't have God. You're not my brother. This isn't harassment. This is free speech.
Go back to your country.
This is free speech.
You guys don't have any bombs on you.
What you did to give us more ammo to prove you're a bunch of violent psychopaths.
You guys don't have any bombs on you, do you? I was born here.
Most people would take note of the differences in the way the protesters treated the worshippers. The anti-ICE protesters were advocating for behaving like Jesus, for behaving like the God the churchgoers claimed to worship. They were not being vulgar and not being insulting toward the Christian faith on purpose, not like I have been in the past, that's for sure. But the anti-Muslim protesters were vulgar on purpose and trying to be as offensive as possible. Most people would notice the clear difference between the two groups of protesters. But what I noticed was the different ways in which the worshippers reacted. Notice that the Muslims stood their ground. They didn't scatter like cockroaches. The anti-Muslim protesters held up signs that said, "Jesus is Lord." They spat. They waved bacon. They said Muhammad is burning in hell. The anti-Muslim protesters did not want the Muslims to adhere to their religion, very much unlike the way the anti-ICE protesters wanted the Christians to actually adhere to their religion. Shining a light on hypocrisy causes embarrassment, and embarrassment causes people to scatter back to their safe, dark places, away from judgment, where they can convince themselves that they're pious and good.
Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're all living real comfortable, aren't you? Shame on you.
The reason Christianity took off so early is because it used rhetorical martial arts. It did that through non-resistance, which is also found in a lot of very effective martial arts techniques. Someone is coming at you and they're going to push you hard with all their weight behind it. So you don't directly resist by pushing back with the hope that you're stronger than they are. No, if they forcefully go in a direction, and rather than collide with them, you use their momentum against them and push them along in that direction, then they lose their balance because that's not what they were expecting. They were expecting to meet resistance. When I'm mean to a Christian and they respond with kindness, not just fake kindness, but sincere kindness, it's very disarming. And that's a form of rhetorical martial art that Jesus understood. And that's not how Christianity spread later, but it is how it got off the ground. It is how it was able to succeed against the odds when it was tiny and insignificant in a world of much greater powers that only knew how to use force. And Christians sort of abandoned that. Now they want to meet force with force. And that used to work because they were the power. But as the trends continue, that will no longer be the case. So when they try to meet force with force, they will lose, just like those they once defeated. Islam is the fastest growing religion. The trends are set and they can't really be reversed at this point. Christianity has become fat, lazy, and comfortable, obsessed with wealth and power. Meanwhile, Islam is very hungry and strengthened through hardship. Christianity will eventually disappear, but it will take a long time. It'll become very small before it fully disappears. It won't happen in our lifetimes, and the same thing will eventually happen to Islam, by the way. Their rise is just happening later in the timeline, but the pattern is always the same. There's a million dead religions. It's just an interesting moment of transition in history that we get to witness as one major religion loses its way while another major religion finds it. And the thing is, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm still a heathen no matter who wins in the end. We heathens are always going to be around, just as we always were around. We can warn the Christians, but it won't matter. Most of them won't listen to you. They'll throw this meme at you and comfortably call it a day. You can say, look, this is happening to you right now, and it won't matter. It's like looking at someone standing on train tracks as a train is barreling toward them and telling them, look, get off the tracks now or you're not going to survive. And they look at you and give you the middle finger right before they turn into red mist. And that's where the analogy between them and the cockroaches end, because at least the cockroaches know how to survive. Their own savior left them with very clear instructions about how to survive. And what do they do with those instructions now? They throw them away and pretend like they're still following the directions, all the while behaving like the very people their own savior condemned.
Welcome to Huberman Lab Essentials, where we revisit past episodes for the most.
The body is classical information. The mind is quantum information. And the spirit is meaning, the meaning of quantum information. Every one of us has to find out who he is by an experience of who he is, not by reading a book and repeating what is. That's what AI does.
Yeah.
Once you decide that you're going to find out, the world will present you the next step to do.
I had the honor of once again meeting physicist and inventor of the first microprocessor, Federico Fagin, whose life mission it has become to understand consciousness and the meaning of life.
And all of a sudden, out of the chest, just energy was coming out of my chest, but it was love. And it was love that was never felt before. It was love that was coming from me.
After our previous video with Federico, your heartfelt comments just kept pouring in. Thank you so much for this. Because together you told the YouTube algorithms that the world needs to hear Federico's message of oneness.
Everything is interconnected. Life starts with one. It doesn't start with a cell.
I'm just an average tall Dutch guy fascinated by consciousness. But next to me is the real giant we would be interviewing again. In this video we will recap the basics of Federico's quantum theory of consciousness, explain them in more detail, and he will share new ideas with us from his upcoming book.
Quantum physics is actually pointing to the mind of the universe. In fact, a good way to think of this is the color wheel. You know the color wheel?
Yeah.
Okay, red, green, and blue, right? So if red is the body, green is the mind, and blue is the spirit, they have overlap regions. Each field is observer, observe, and agent. So there has to be an overlap between spirit and body. Ooh, what is there?
Yeah, tell me.
The permanent memory of the experience of the self-knowing of one, space, time, and matter.
Welcome at the Essentia Foundation's YouTube channel. We are sitting here in Barcelona, where the Science of Consciousness conference is held. And we have the honor of sitting down again with Silicon hero Federico Fagin. Federico, a very warm welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Pleasure is mine. And I really wanted to start by thanking you. Our previous video had an amazing amount of views thanks to your energy, your wisdom. Like, the video is over 2 million views right now. 8,000 people have commented. So I'm just here to thank you for that, and super thrilled to go deeper and answer questions from our audience. So thanks.
It's a pleasure. I mean, I'm here for going deeper.
Yeah, we will. I think it's nice to give our audience a sort of recap, and the way I thought in doing so is just by making us aware of the fact that being able to sit down with you here doing this interview is thanks to your technology. I mean, the photons that hit the sensors of these cameras, they will encounter silicon gate technology in these machines, right? And the electrons are then sort of put together in our computers to make videos, and they will come in YouTube using algorithms based on neural nets. Again, technology you pioneered in. And people will have clicked on his videos, probably using touchpad. Again, Federico Fagin technology you helped pioneering. So that's all that. So that's just amazing. And it could only be done with your sort of scientific, hardcore scientific mindset. But we are here now to dive deeper in what's at the beginning of that chain I just described. You sitting there, me sitting here, people watching at home. So the question I want to open with, who are we truly, Federico? You, me, people watching, who are we fundamentally?
We are not the body. We exist in a reality deeper than the space-time, matter, energy, the scientism believed to be all there is. And that here is the real collision of beliefs that needs to be resolved. So we are not the body. We are beings that exist in a deeper reality where consciousness, free will exist. We control the body. The body is an instrument that we use to have an experience in this reality, which is by and large made up. It is made up by the information that hits our senses, transformed by our body, and perceived by the conscious field that we are. We are a field. We are not a finished, bounded entity.
Mm-hmm. And I think so many people, what resonated with people, they sense, they intuit sort of a depth, a truth here. And now you have a theory that describes it. And also a lot of people do wonder, if so, why am I so, why do I feel so isolated or separated? Why do I have such a strong sense of me, Hans, being an ego in space-time? And how can I experience what you are describing here? What's your answer to that?
Well, first of all, we are here to have an experience in order to know ourselves. But when I say to know ourselves, I don't mean to know ourselves as a body. If we believe to be the body, that's the first delusion, is that to believe that we are the body. So then if we think we are the body, well, then we start with the wrong foot. So we have to understand that we are a field. This field wants to experience aspects of itself, understand aspects of itself, that in this reality will actually be accentuated by the fact that the body will be almost organized in such a way that it will manifest those aspects that the self that we are, the largest, vaster self that we are, wishes to understand. And so we in a sense, are representative in this reality of the vaster self that we are. And the portion of us that believe to be the bodies is the ego. And the ego, believing to be the body, behaves like the body, and the body is conditioned to manifest what the vaster self wants to understand of itself.
Is that ego bit still part of that vaster consciousness? Is that also sort of in the satiety, sort of the conscious field?
Of course, it is part of the satiety. The satiety is the name that I use for a quantum field that has also consciousness and free will. I have to use a different name because
I think it's pretty cool though, but
the quantum field does not have any consciousness or any free will, according to the scientism, or so generally science today. So we have to use a different name.
Yeah.
And the fact that it is conscious and has free will, satiety is the proper name.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Satiety. But I think that we will definitely get also in this conversation again to sort of how you look on the quantum. But I think once you make those steps, which we outlined in our previous conversations, which your postulate, like one is holistic, one wants to know itself.
Yeah.
And it starts knowing itself by communicating to parts of itself. And that process of communicating is our space-time reality, right? So we're living in a sort of consciousness speaking, writing to itself, right? That's the way to understand it.
Yeah.
More or less,
One, the totality of what exists knows itself through our own knowing ourselves, which requires communicating with each other. Because we are parts whole of one.
Check.
In other words, we are parts that contain the whole. The reality is holographic, in other words. And holographic means that the whole is contained in the part. I notice often that the cells of our body are built the same way. Each cell has the genome of the egg that created the entire organism. So each cell has the blueprints of the entire organism. So look at that. Even the body, which is a perishable thing, perishable construction, has the same holographic properties and organization.
And for people to understand your sort of cosmology, right? So let's, if you're okay with that, let's start with the very, very beginning. So the classical story we know is sort of the Big Bang story. So we have the Big Bang, we have the formation of stars, then we have chemistry, and chemistry somehow, that's sort of a first miracle, you could say, leads to biology. No one truly understands how. and then biology leads somehow to consciousness. Also, again, no one truly understands how, but that's sort of the story we all grew up with, so people will know that story. Then come you turn it around, because it's not, consciousness is not the end of the chain. It starts with consciousness. Okay, all good. So that's a nice picture. But then you do also have a lot to explain, right? Because how, from being a one conscious field, do we get to sort of this here? I mean, it's also a crazy story in a sense. But please explain your sort of line of reasoning there.
Yeah, well, scientism is materialist and reductionist. So scientism starts with the idea that there are separate aspects, separate parts, atoms, molecules, particles, they're separate. And so they're trying to understand the universe combining aspects, particles, atoms, and molecules, as if you could express and understand the whole using parts that are separated when their nature is not to be separated. This is what quantum physics, the quantum field theory have shown, that the foundational aspect of reality are the quantum fields of particles. So already quantum physics is saying everything is interconnected. And the interconnection comes from what is called quantum entanglement. The entanglement is that the aspects of the states of the fields, when they interact, they create properties in common that connects them independent of the distance. And therefore you have properties here that says that non-locality is the way the universe is built, where the whole idea of science up until the understanding that there is entanglement was that there is locality. In other words, properties and actions can only occur if you have interactions which are at the vicinity of where the species are, or where the atom or molecules or particles are. But in this case, there is what appears to be action at a distance, instantaneous action at a distance, which is incomprehensible with the way in which we understand, the world. And now it has been proven, the last experiment that proved, without any doubt that this must be so, was done in 2014. So here we have in front of us a reality that says everything is interconnected. There are no parts, no separable parts. You cannot start with separable parts, then you have to start with the whole. And if you start from the whole, you have to explain then why the parts come out of the whole. This is a complete reversal from the way science in the beginning now becomes scientism, a belief system, a dogma says that the world has to be built this other way. No. In fact, probably 100 top physicists today want to start from the whole and derive the parts, because they have understood that trying to go the other way leaves you empty-handed. Yeah. In fact, string theory, which tried to explain reality from the parts, which are strings that vibrate, did not succeed. And it took about 80 years of hard work. At one point, 90% of the physicists, the theoretical physicists, were working on string theory. They didn't get anywhere. So that's telling you that no, we have to start with the whole. Wow, that's difficult, because the whole, not being able to being separated into parts, brings into question even the nature of mathematics. Because the nature of mathematics starts with parts, the sets that define that, this element is either in the set or outside the set. You have to find true and false. But if everything is interconnected, what is true and what is false? You see? There may be areas where they are both true and false. For example, look at the color. Let's take the color red and the color orange. Is there a boundary between the two? Can you define a boundary that says from this side of the boundary is red, the other side of the boundary is orange? Is that possible? No.
No.
There is a region where you can say is both orange and red, or is neither orange or red.
Yeah,
This is
cool
reality.
Stuff.
This is the deeper
Yeah,
reality.
yeah.
It's made that way. It
Yeah.
is in our face. The colors, which are qualia, are that type of reality.
I love what you're saying in that sort of. I think it's nice for people to dive, as we now are in the quantum and discussing the oneness and interconnectedness. It makes me think about sort of John Wheeler, who came up with that participatory universe, right? And you have the Big Bang and we have the conscious observer, and he sensed that both are connected in a way we don't understand yet, and it's participatory. So, and basically, when you say sort of the red and the orange, if we red and orange. If you would say red and orange, in that, where is it red, where is it orange? Where's the observer and an objective outside world, subject-object divide? Where do you point it? And then the question becomes, that dualistic picture is naive. He knew that. I mean, and in quantum physicists now know that. Subject-object divide is arbitrary, where to put the cut. Yeah. And then we have to pick, right? Then we're in this position. Are you putting your bets on an objective world, matter, and then saying somehow dualistic, I need to arrive at sort of that subject, or you put your bets on subjective experience, and you clearly are on that side, saying, okay, that's consciousness first. And I get that, but for people who find that hard to do, just grew up, but Federico, it's matter. I just have a body. It's a material universe. How can you say it starts with consciousness? What's your most simple reply to them to make that leap?
How can you get consciousness from matter that doesn't have any consciousness? How can more comes from less? You have to start there, because you cannot explain how matter can know itself. If it is matter, it shouldn't be conscious. And it is defined as non-conscious. So how can you get consciousness out of something that doesn't have it? Even worse, free will. How can you get free will from a world that is supposed to be deterministic? Objects in space and time are deterministic. And in quantum physics does not describe the motion of objects in space and time. The state of a field has nothing to do with, it doesn't describe reality. It describes all the possibilities that you could possibly measure of something, but with their probability. So it only can tell you what is possible to know about reality. That's not what is possible to know about reality. It's not reality. Because reality is what actually is shareable, right? We can all see the same thing. No quantum physics. In fact, quantum physics is actually pointing to the mind of the universe, to a quantum computer of the universe that makes predictions about what might happen. But what will happen is based on free will decisions of the fields, which are the components of this reality.
Einstein said, God doesn't play dice, right? And he pointed to he couldn't live with that idea that it's random. So I thought about that in preparing this interview, linking this to Einstein, because you would agree, it is not playing dice. It's free will. It's a decision.
Yeah, that's right. Einstein, because he believed in determinism, couldn't make that leap.
Yeah, exactly.
And say no. The fact that quantum physics only gives us probability of of whatever might happen, but it doesn't tell you what will happen. And so, there is a postulate that is essentially that says that from the probability to the actuality, many probabilities to one actuality, what actually manifests in space and time, nobody knows how that process works.
No, single particles we do not know, right?
It's called collapse of the wave function.
Yeah.
Okay? And nobody has an explanation for that. We know that it is random and it is non-algorithmic. So all of a sudden, what can be random and non-algorithmic? A free will decision. Of who? Of the field that you observe, not of the observer. See, in the past, there was this theory that the observer may collapse the wave function.
Yeah.
This is not what this theory is saying. What I'm talking about is the field that you observe, but in fact, the field that interacts and plays the role of an observer, because each field is observer, observed, and agent. All three. Every field plays all these three roles.
Yeah.
Because there are only fields that interact with each other.
Yeah.
So
This. But here we definitely need to sort of pause and explain, because this is again your sort of, I call it like your cosmology, but it would be like the conscious field starting to, in starting to wanting to know itself, so to speak. I'm trying to understand this. It starts communicating, and you say that you need symbols to communicate. You need symbolic symbols, and you need to agree on those symbols. Otherwise, you cannot talk. So that would be like consciousness reflecting on itself, and it would be the first, what Bernardo would call dissociation. I'm curious how you, though, reflect on that process, how we get from one to that first divide of it looking upon itself. It would need a symbol to communicate.
Yeah.
And those symbols have to look like something, and they are sort of physical reality. But at a certain moment, that physical reality had sort of special features, life, right? Because stars is all that's physical. But then we had the magical moment where somehow it started to be able to recreate itself, like recreating symbols that sort of I write down, and then all of a sudden those symbols start doing stuff like, wow, and I created that. And then, but correct me if I'm wrong, I find a way to incarnate in that, like, wow, can I enter that? Like I built this, in your image in our previous conversation, we had the metaphor of the drone, right? Yeah. You said the drone metaphor, okay? Yeah. I create this drone, and I created the space where a drone flies. And then I all of a sudden notice, hey, wait a minute, there's a way for me to communicate in a drone. How cool would it be if I'm in that drone? That's amazing. And then the story gets, and there we get lost, right? Then we got, but is this a way to get it? I thought sort of how to get my head around it, well, based on a previous conversation.
Yeah. So let's start with a principle.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to start with everything, with the whole, with one. We cannot start with the parts. The parts are emanation of one. Now, there are parts because we experience parts. Even quantum theory says there are quantum fields, and those are considered separate, though they interact with each other. And when they interact, they entangle. So they're not really separate because that entanglement remains independent of space and time. So even that is not right. Okay, but this preconceived idea that we had to start with parts and that everything is material is weighing heavily on us as we try to figure out what's going on. So we had to get rid of that for a second. So let's think that one, which is defined as the totality of what exists, has three properties. Is dynamic, holistic, and wants to know itself. Dynamic and holistic is what quantum physics is already saying. All that exists is never the same instant after instant, keeps on changing, changes all the time. And everybody agrees with that. And it's holistic. Everything is interconnected. It's not made of separable parts. This is what entanglement has shown. The world is like this. I have added and wants to know itself. Why am I doing that? Because the evidence is that consciousness and free will, which are the aspects of wanting and the aspect of knowing itself, because for one to know itself, it must be conscious, it must experience itself, and in that experience, know itself, must be fundamental, because they cannot be explained with something that doesn't have those properties. Matter without consciousness and without free will cannot create consciousness and free will, period. Lots of people are trying to figure it out. Myself tried to figure out how to make a robot that was conscious. I couldn't do it. There is no way that you can transform electrical signals, biochemical signals, any kind of signal, any kind of information into consciousness and free will. There is no way. So you got to start there. So If you start there now, all of a sudden, and by the way, if you start there, when you say one also has, see, since one wants to know itself, where does it come the self-knowing? Where is self-knowing of one coming from? It cannot come from nothing. Well, it's coming from a potentiality, some possibilities. That potentiality is actually the best fit for explaining the quantum vacuum. Because in quantum physics, there is the quantum vacuum, which is what is left when you take all the fields out of reality. And there is a quantum vacuum that has an inner energy with a density which is astronomical. It's incredible how much energy there is in what's supposed to be vacuum.
Crazy.
And this vacuum is kind of boiling up and is creating forms, but they are not forms. They are kind of chaotic things. They appear, disappear, and they are called foam. But this stuff is what is there before there is anything. Before there is form, there is this quantum vacuum. So that's the potential of one.
That's new. This is not in.
This is a little further, into connection between, physics and spirituality, right? So now, the first time that one knows itself, because there has to be a first time where one knows itself.
Yeah.
At least in the narrative, okay? Because the question is, what is time? We have to figure out what is time. Okay, so let's not go too far. Let's start from the first time that one knows itself. What happens? One brings into existence what it knows. So knowing and existing are two faces of the same coin.
Yeah.
So now knowing, we now understand what knowing is. Knowing is an experience. That's me. One say, oh, that's me. It knows itself.
Yeah.
It brings at the same time that it knows itself, it brings it into existence. Okay? And it must be a part whole of itself. Why? It's not made of parts. One is not made of parts. It cannot see itself just a little bit. It's got to see itself completely in the direction in which it looks at itself. What is direction? The direction is the identity of what it brings into existence. That's the identity of the sati. It brings into existence a sati, a part whole of itself. That now, being a part whole, must want to know itself. That part wants to know itself, just like one wants to know itself.
Yeah.
And it can create other parts out of itself. Just exactly like a cell that duplicates.
That's exactly what I was wanting to say.
That's why life starts with one. It doesn't start with a cell.
I had that image of one. And I was wanting to say to you, that's the true Big Bang. That moments of self.
Yeah, the Big Bang is the moment where you go from nothing, the quantum vacuum, the potential existence, to, one knows itself.
But like a full, Federico, would it be like a full self-knowledge, like a full part whole, like a full copy of itself, so to speak?
Well, it contains the totality of itself, but in that direction in which it has known itself.
Yeah, exactly. That perspective on itself.
That perspective.
Like
That's
a snapshot from
next
myself.
Next time around, it sees itself in another perspective. It brings into existence another part whole of itself.
Okay. Then we have those part wholes.
That's how parts whole are created. They are just like cells.
Yeah.
They're cells out of it, the egg being one is the egg that creates another cell, another part whole.
Yeah.
Just like life, man. Same way.
Yeah, and for people who think this is crazy stuff, I mean, the other story...
No, it's crazy stuff to think that life comes from nothing.
Yeah, exactly. The other story is crazy as well. The other story is just as crazy, to start saying that we need to build up stuff. It's called the combination problem, and it's a very profound philosophical problem, practical problem. It's a problem panpsychism has. And this is sort of the decomposition problem, how we get from one to those separate parts. And I do think, in a sense, nature is giving us more metaphorical images that we can relate to that are in favor of that we see splitting off.
Of course.
Yeah, that's cool stuff.
But it explains, for example, why life has to occur. Because, and it starts from the concept of self-knowing, knowing, which is foundational. Even science is about knowing, for Christ's sake. It's not about something else. It's about knowing.
And then we have Federico. So then the knower, that which knows. So that's that part whole, that satiety that now can also start knowing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She knows itself.
Yeah.
But that satiety knows itself with that identity, with that point of view.
Yeah.
It's like the satiety becomes conditioned to observe reality with that same point of view with which one knew itself when it created this satiety.
Yeah. And then that which is known, so the knowing bit starts knowing itself, has to, because I'm hinting at where sort of we get to physical reality, how we get to information, what you call sort of information and physical, sort of life information and the physical, how we get there.
Yeah. Anything that a satiety knows for the first time brings into existence. The same way that one brought into existence, the satiety when it knew itself that way. Same way. In other words, any new knowing is a creation. Is not a combination of stuff. Is a new creation. That's where creation comes from.
Yeah. And sort of physics, the metaphor physics gives us is the collapse of the wave function.
Yeah.
Because that's potentiality, and when we want to gain knowledge, we have to collapse, and then we have a particle.
Yeah. But there is, you see, the crucial thing is that knowing is about meaning. It's not about symbols. So far, I haven't even mentioned symbols. The symbols are what are needed for the satiety to communicate with each other. Why? Because what they feel, their own experience and their own knowing cannot be duplicated. Exactly the property of quantum fields. The quantum state of a field cannot be reproduced. Now you see the connection of what I'm talking about with quantum physics, explaining why it has to be that way.
Yeah.
Because the self-knowing, that's a property of consciousness. It's not a property of information. The information of a computer can be copied as many times as you want. But the love that I feel for my son, I cannot even give it to him.
No.
I'm the only one to know that love. How do I know it? By feeling it, by experiencing it, by qualia. But qualia are the bringers of meaning. What I really care about that feeling is, what does it mean? And the meaning of information, or quantum information in this case, is the essence of the spiritual aspects of reality, of who we are. So there is body, mind, and spirit. The body is classical information. The mind is quantum information. And the spirit is meaning, the meaning of quantum information.
That's beautiful. This is also you.
That's a step forward.
I'm somewhat myself sort of find it hard to distinguish between mind and spirit, right? Where's that boundary? And also in sort of how we can experience that boundary.
Yeah.
This is the mind, Federico. Oh no, this is my spirit talking. How's that? Where's that boundary?
But the way to understand is, every satiety, and of course one itself, when it knows itself in these three ways. So body, mind, and spirit cannot be separated. Remember, just like the colors. In fact, a good way to think of this is the color wheel. You know the color wheel?
Yeah.
okay? Red, green, and blue, right? So if red is the body, green is the mind, and blue is the spirit, they have overlap regions. There is no single boundary between red and green. There is an overlap. What is that overlap? What does it represent? That represents what I've called live information, quantum and classical information, the information that describes life, biological life, which is not classical information. You need that kind of new type of information. It is at the overlap between body and mind. What is the overlap between mind and spirit?
That's interesting.
Qualia. The quantum state, the quantum states that become experience in the consciousness of the entity, which is this aspect, the spiritual aspect that has consciousness, free will, and identity. It's in the spirit. It's not in the mind. It's not in the body. What is the overlap between, and this is the new thing, because normally we think of spirit, mind, and body in linear fashion.
Yeah, hierarchy. Yeah.
No, in this way it's a circle. So there has to be an overlap between spirit and body. What is there?
Yeah, tell me.
The permanent memory of the experience of the self-knowing of one. Space, time, and matter. Permanent matter. Because the memory must be permanent. Remember that I said that in the previous conversation that we had, that the quantum state keeps on changing. So you need to put, if you need to remember the quantum state, you need to put that whatever happens, your experience in the quantum state must be put into symbols, into permanent symbols, so that you can recall your experience. You need memory, because the experience only lasts in a very short period of time, in the present. And in the present, you must put into memory what you experience. And so there is no past. What you experience becomes permanent memory. So there is no past. You experience in the present. In the present, you got to put in memory your experience. So you transform what you think of time into matter, permanent matter, which is what gives you the memory of what you just experienced. Also, in that same present, you want to predict what might happen in the future, right? That's what the mind does. That's what the quantum computer, which is mind, does for you. It can give you probabilities of what might happen in the future. But what might happen in the future is exactly what you need to decide to express, or the seities need to decide to express. So all of a sudden, and that happens also in the present. So in the present, you have the memory of the past experience and the prediction of the future. And also in the present, you make the decision of what to manifest. What you manifest then becomes the new body.
Wow.
Because it has to be in the shareable. That's like the display of the system. The display which is where we all exist, where all physical things exist in a sort of a display of reality, which is the body.
Yeah.
But there is also behind that body, there is a computer.
And the
computer is a quantum computer, which is what I call mind.
Yeah.
But it goes beyond that. And that's what most people don't. Some people got that you need body and mind, but they didn't get the spirit. The meaning of the experience. So what do you put into, you cannot copy the state of the field, you cannot do that. But you can put into symbol, the meaning of that experience.
Yeah.
The meaning of the state that you experience, the qualia that you experience, that you can put into symbols.
I'm trying to bring it back and to exactly how I'm sitting here with you. I mean, the overlap. We're literally talking physical body. Are we talking physical? My physical body here. So this overlap to the spirit body overlap manifests itself right here. Then, right?
Yeah, it manifests in this shareable. This is shareable reality. Think of space time and matter. Matter energy as the display of the classical display of a quantum computer.
Yeah, and a memory display. It gives us all states. It's a memory.
But then the interpretation of the bits that exist in that display is in our consciousness.
Yeah, it's again in consciousness.
Not in space and time.
It's again in consciousness. But then the reality as we perceive it is this big library of experience states of consciousness. It's a library of content of consciousness. Would that be a way to put it?
Our experience, right? Our experience, the meaning of our past experience is also something accessible only by my consciousness. It's not in space and time.
No.
That is in some, but it is in some kind of space-time matter, but it's not the kind of space-time matter that we normally think about.
Yeah.
For example, right now, the only hypothesis that I have for the matter that will represent permanent memory of the experience will be dark matter, because dark matter doesn't interact with real matter or energy. It's just something we just discovered 50 years ago. We discovered that we have to have dark matter, which is a lot more percentage-wise than the matter that we knew.
Yeah.
Okay. So dark matter could be a candidate for structures that are permanent and represent the memory of the experience of the deities and the experience of one.
Yeah.
Also, the expansion of the universe has to occur if there is a continuing self-knowing of one that keeps on growing. Now, you need
that knowledge needs to be stored
somewhere. You need more space time.
More space time as a hard drive for that experience.
Yeah, what we call space time.
Yeah,
but this is all. This is highly speculative at this point. But it gives you a sense of the way I'm thinking.
It's super interesting. It's also highly abstract, and I think it's very hard to follow. I find it hard to follow, but I do think it's just important to notice that one should take that leap, that first postulate of your postulates, and which are close to idealism. They are idealist. Mm-hmm. Once you say all its consciousness, then everything you perceive reflects back, and it's just consciousness reflecting back on itself, and then it does start making sense. It's just we are so biased in our we're so immersed in our materialist thinking.
But Hans, it's hard
I've been
to follow.
Conditioned.
It's hard to follow quantum physics. Quantum physics, the same physicists that know the equations say, well, I don't understand what they mean. It's actually crazy if you think about it. Now, if you start from this postulate that I said earlier, you can explain why quantum physics must have those properties that nobody has understood. Come on, I mean, this actually explains. Now, there is a postulate that explains what nobody has ever been able to understand. And to me, that's a big step forward.
Absolutely.
Now the quantum fields are conscious, and therefore you can interpret now the collapse of the wave function as a free will decision of that quantum field. Is the one that decides where to show the electrons in the double slit experiment.
Yeah.
Is the field that interacts with the field of the instrument. But that interaction is the field that decides, I'm going to show the electron over here, for whatever reason it does. That's his own will, free will. You see?
I think
now you explain, otherwise everything is just chaos, it's just randomness.
Yeah.
We explain life as randomness. How can you explain life with randomness? The same way that we explain, consciousness with something that doesn't have consciousness. Same way. We pull it off, out of a hat.
Yeah. Love it when you're fired up like that. It's amazing. I like it. My take on it is, Federico, I've been exploring for the last year the foundations of physics, talking to like super smart physicists that you will understand much better than I do. But what I did get from them and visiting these conferences is sort of this, what they call this epistemic turn, right? That now also in the foundations of physics, they won't go as far as you, but they are saying, wait a minute, this is not about objective reality, it's about our knowledge of reality.
That's right.
So that's a bit sort of still Copenhagen interpretation.
Yeah.
But then they still shy away from stuff like, they want to stay away from what an observer really is or what measurement really is.
Yeah.
They just say it's about knowledge, right? That's as far as they now go. Sometimes I think that it takes a deep, profound personal experience to be able to make that leap. And I to what degree do you think you would be able to come up with this theory hadn't you had that deeply personal experience?
I would not have been able to.
No.
No, because you have to experience yourself as a part whole. Otherwise, how can you say that there are parts whole?
Yeah.
It's such a different kind of explanation. Then after you have experienced yourself as a part whole, then you can understand that our cells are also parts whole of the organism. But I never read in any book of biology that our cells are parts whole of the organism. I can say it because I understand that I am a part whole of one. And therefore, and also that the nature has a fractality, the same structure is repeated at a different scale. I mean, a cell of our body is just like weak field of one. Now, there may be many, many steps in between, but at least there are, we have the smallest one that we know and the largest one, which is us being part whole of one.
Yeah. But I do think, amongst scientists and physicists, it wouldn't count, and I'm not saying I'm saying that, but it wouldn't count as a strength if people, the fact that you have had to had a deep personal, spiritual, it wouldn't count as a strength. It would be suspicious, right?
Yes.
Because we want to be objective, right? And even in psychedelic sciences, it is sort of, people are wrestling ethically. Should I myself undergo a deep psychedelic journey, or should I stay outside? And it just, I don't have a very strong opinion here. The only thing is that it all relies on a basic object-subject divide that you think you can uphold as if there is this position as a scientist.
But look, you can find out by yourself, not by taking drugs. I don't suggest to take drugs to experience yourself as a part whole. You have the capacity to experience yourself as a part whole without drugs. Otherwise, how can you be sure that you don't know?
Yeah.
So you experience yourself as a part whole. Each one of us can. You don't need a big atom smasher, right? You are now believing what a scientist is telling you by having used an instrument, multi-billion-dollar instruments, to tell you what reality is. Now I'm telling you a deeper reality, the most profound reality, and you can find out by yourself. Okay?
No Large Hadron Collider.
No Large Hadron Collider. Isn't that better?
Absolutely. Please tell us how can people, because it is a big question.
You got to want to know. You got to, the same way I wanted to know.
It starts
I
with
was unhappy about myself. I knew that I was responsible for my unhappiness because as an entrepreneur, I found out that the buck stops there, right? So I have to accept that the good or bad of the company depends on me being in charge of the company that I started. So once I made that step, meaning I am responsible for most things or everything that happens in my life. Okay, I made that. Then when I found out that I was unhappy and I pretended to be happy, I said, well, I am responsible for that stuff. So now, being responsible, I want to know. Because how can I be responsible if I don't have the capacity to then find out? It would be a joke that the universe is playing on me. No, I trusted the universe not to take me to a loop, right? I trusted it and I said, I want to know. And I got the experience. I didn't know, I'd never read anything like what I experienced. I could not even imagine that it would be possible to have that experience, right? So, but it came. The same can happen to you if you want.
Yeah, it has to do with truly wanting to
find out.
Yeah.
But why do we want to know ourselves, right? What is so fundamental? One wants to know itself.
Yeah.
We want to know ourselves. Same thing. Bartol.
Have you continued sort of, once you had that deep experience and you wanted it, did it become something, a place where you found your way to go to whenever you feel now it's time again to connect to spirit, so to speak, if I'm talking spiritually?
Oh, well, I mean, that experience drove me to spend 20 years of my time, at 30-40% of my time, to explore, to understand that experience. So that experience had the power to drive me to spend, 1/3 of my time, more than 1/3 of my time, to find out about and understand that experience. And it took 20 years to arrive to the hypothesis that consciousness and free will must be foundational.
And Federico, is that theory in that sense also, is it that interaction of body, spirit, mind that also led you to the theory? Because very often science is associated with mind and body, of course. We study body within our minds, and then and spiritual people then start being critical about that. Oh, those scientists, and Federico wanting to grasp it with his mind. The yogis knew, Buddha knew, and we have now this guy from Italy. Yeah, sure, he's smart. He invented the microprocessor, but so funny. He wants to grasp this intellectually, and they knew. What's your response to that? They already knew.
That response is that is the same arrogant point of view of scientism that believes to know everything.
Oh, but then the spiritual version of it.
The spiritual version of it, same stuff.
The Essentia Foundation is all about the metaphysics of idealism, also known as non-dualism. And Federico Forgin's theory roots this ancient intuitive worldview in science. And this is where the sponsor of this video comes in. Consensus is an AI-powered science search engine that lets you instantly search over 220 million peer-reviewed papers with direct links to the studies. For instance, if I ask, do neural processes explain consciousness? Consensus immediately surveys the most highly cited studies and papers and presents me with a consensus meter. You can directly click through the scientific sources, for example, this highly cited paper by Christoph Koch, who we recently featured on our channel. If I now ask the million-dollar question, is the universe fundamentally mental or material? The honest answer is now that there is no scientific consensus on this metaphysical question. But I do get a comprehensive overview of the scientific debate with all its different claims and the strength of their empirical support. This makes Consensus a great research tool that stands out in comparison to other LLMs because it is not clouded by blog posts, social media, or other pseudoscientific sources. And it helps me in creating podcasts like these because I need to get a quick, efficient, and reliable overview of where the science actually is. Consensus can be used for free, but if you want access to the pro features, you can click in the link below in our description to get a 1-week free trial and a 30% discount for the first year thereafter. Since this is the first sponsor that the Essentia Foundation presents, I do want to make an ethical statement. Our foundation is editorially completely independent. We're not affiliated with any of our sponsors, and we only accept sponsorships if they are compatible with our mission and scientific standards. And now back to Federico. Finding answers within, whether we call that spirit, one, those are all labels, of course, in the end. And then coming back, I'm talking about, in your theory, something that is not shareable in a sense. It's non-clonable. We know that. So I need a translation there. So what is the truth value? How can we sync it? How can it lead to a new science that sort of incorporates this in its methodology, right? That scientists start meditating, start accessing other states of consciousness, and we can talk about that as if that's something exotic. But I always like to mention the fact that Einstein himself would say that general relativity came to him sort of in dream states. Tesla, we can mention. I mean, there are numerous people, and now you are openly saying that your theory also sort of, in a sense, came to you, right?
Of course.
But how to make a system of a rigorous science out of that, a methodology, a new science?
Well, basically, if you take this seriously, you begin to investigate it using the rationality and the experiments. But now the experiments must be both inner and outer, because you cannot talk about consciousness if you do not accept that there is an inner reality. You have to start with with a postulate. The postulate is that consciousness starts from the field that we are, not from the body that we are. Because if you start with scientism, we are the body. So everything that happens in us should come from the body. Okay. I don't know if you know the experiment of the rubber arm.
But please explain it to our viewers.
The experiment of the rubber arm is that you have your arm here, then you put just a barrier so that you don't see your arm. You see another arm next to it, which is made of rubber, and then you kind of cover it up in such a way, with something similar to what you were wearing. So, and now you only see that rubber arm.
Yeah.
And then you start stroking, with a feather, stroking both hands.
Yeah.
Okay. After a while, your consciousness shifts from the true arm to the fake arm. After that, if you, with a pin, you put a pin on the fake, and you ask, do you feel? Yes, I feel. I feel
pinching. Yeah.
And you put the pin on the true hand, you don't feel anything.
Amazing.
Now, that type of experiment is being used to prove that consciousness is epiphenomenal. But in fact, it actually is much more of a proof that it's not epiphenomenal, because how can you feel pain in something that cannot feel pain? You see?
Yeah, and exactly.
But that tells you how your preconceived ideas force you to decide, that one thing is true or false, and you present it that way as a scientist, and then then basically you perpetrate a total misunderstanding of what's going on.
Also, I would say if you pinch the arm, then your real arm and you don't feel it anymore is such strong proof that there's something profoundly strange here. Because, I mean, a physicalist would say those signals, we know, we measure them, and now all of a sudden in my brain, those signals do not enter anymore.
That's right.
Yeah.
You see? I mean, it's really, this actually is a proof that consciousness is deeper than the body, goes beyond the body. Should be a proof of that, or certainly a plausible proof of that, as opposed to a proof that it is epiphenomenal. Yeah. Because it's not in the body. Because you start with the presumption that consciousness has to be in the body. Therefore, if it's out of the body, it must be epiphenomenal. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Crazy.
And also, of course, we know we are at the conference of science of consciousness, and there's a lot of psi research on stuff like out-of-body experiences, extraocular vision, you name it. You must know sort of the phenomena, right? Phenomena that physicalist scientists they cannot even study it because it would point to anomalies, right? So you don't want to go there.
That's right. Nobody wants to go there. Right?
Yeah. And you do have, I'm curious, sort of just speculating or thinking about the mechanisms there. If the deity has an out-of-body experience and it can see itself, it is not using the quantum classical device, which is my brain at that moment, right? Because it's accessing it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
What mechanism is it using then?
Well, there has to be a body associated with that.
I'd say so, yeah.
Absolutely. Which also shows that there must be aspects of physics that go beyond what we understand in physics.
Yeah.
Because it's called astral body in the in the literature that describe this kind of phenomena, and but clearly, if you see yourself in the bed, where are the eyes that see? Right.
Exactly.
Clearly, they are not your eyes; they are the eyes of this body that now your consciousness, your field is now using to have this experience.
Yeah.
You see, so it shows that there may be a hierarchies of bodies as well.
Do you have any clue how that? I mean, it could be. Of course, it could be theoretically. Also, in your theory, that could be endless. Could there be sort of an endless hierarchy of different,
no, I don't think
different
so. It's
bodies?
not turtles, not turtles all the way.
Turtles all the way down. No, but people who have had deeply life-changing spiritual experiences, encountering entities, angels, you name it, God, deceased ones. That could all fit in this theory. That could all be sort of higher dimensional.
Yes, it could fit. It could fit. No, certainly it can be explained with this, with this theory.
Yeah.
It cannot be explained with scientism. In fact, you have to say this is bull.
Yeah, and it's of course it's important to say it doesn't prove it, but it can explain it.
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah. Which I find super fascinating.
Yeah. But very often we use even extraordinary things like this thing of the arm that I mentioned earlier to actually pretend to prove your point, which is the consciousness is epiphenomenal.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
When in fact it proves exactly the opposite.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And I mean, science is in the end about how nature behaves, right? And it's not about what ought to be. It's about what is and not what ought to be. It's not about ethics. That's sort of our human problem, that we have divisions of good and bad.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts there in your theory? Is there some sort of higher morality?
If the foundational aspect of reality are fields that have these three properties, body, mind, and spirit, which are inseparable, how can you separate matter from ethics? You cannot. You cannot. How can you separate the stuff? You can only separate the stuff if you believe in reductionism.
But you, good and bad at one moment had to originate from one, right? And our mythologies will. I mean, I was brought up Christian. I assume you were brought up Catholic, of course.
But I'm not a.
And we like to start our story, right? As Christians, also Catholics like to start their story sort of dualistically, like God and Satan. But if you just read the Bible, we can all read that it's the fallen son. So
I've based. That's why I speak of spirituality and other religions. Religions go beyond spirituality, building a structure, a dogmatic structures on top of spiritual experiences of the founders of those religions.
But I do like to dive a bit deeper, if you're okay with that, and make it personal for me as well. Because ever since my journey into idealism, reading Bernardo's work, who's also he's not agnostic about ethics, but he does see sort of that mind at large. Bernardo wouldn't say that it doesn't care, but would say it is not metacognitive. It doesn't know what it's doing, so to speak, at that level. And that is always, ever since I left my Christian faith, have been sort of my sort of struggle. How do you get to sort of a new ethics if it is not sort of godly, ordained, good and evil? And I could see the problem already in Christian thinking, that it had to come from one. So somehow there was a oneness that started dividing, and then started to have preferences saying this is good, this is bad. And here we are in a world with good and evil, things we call good and evil, and suffering and all of that. You can hear I'm puzzled here.
Yeah, okay. My sense of that is that what we call bad is absence of good, just like darkness is absence of light. So there is no ontological evil, because if it was ontological evil, there would be no salvation. There would be no, you can never destroy on something that is real.
Yeah.
Okay? So it must be a misunderstanding or a miscomprehension or some sort of, something that needs to be understood and repaired. In understanding it, you repair it. You find that it was a misunderstanding. And so that's the way I think.
Interesting.
So there is no evil in this sense of ontological evil.
No, exactly. Yeah. But there is sometimes an absence of light.
Undeniably so.
Yeah.
But especially in this life. But this life, I see it as this reality is a constructed reality. It's not, what we think is this table is real in the sense of, ontologically real. It's not ontologically real in the same sense that we as fields are real. This is construction by the interaction of a body that is made of the same matter with this table, interacting with each other, and in our consciousness creating the impression that there is reality. Aha.
And how does this work for you personally? Just when you go about in your day, in your work, does it sort of sitting here with me, how does that play into sort of just your daily consciousness going about? Does it change your behavior directly, this awareness? Do you feel more one with people? Have you like profoundly changed your behavior, or how does that work?
Oh, absolutely. I was very unhappy.
Yeah.
And of course, I was very unhappy, but I didn't even know what happiness was supposed to be. I was probably, the idea of being happy was probably the idea of a 3 or 4 year old that never quite, asked himself, what does it mean to be happy? Because I always put happiness after I had reached certain goals in life, right? So it was only after I checked all the boxes that I thought I should be happy, and I wasn't. So, only then it was, why am I not? And then at that time I was studying neuroscience, and, I was doing neural networks. I'm talking about almost 40 years ago. And, and so it was at that time that the idea of consciousness as a property that nobody understood came to mind. And so then I wanted to understand consciousness, because it was consciousness that made me unhappy. So I wanted to understand this quality that we have called consciousness, and that's when I had the experience, the awakening experience, and then I began a journey that took me about 20 years, from 1990 to 2009, roughly, to actually, to conclude that consciousness and free will and identity had to be foundational properties as a hypothesis. And then I decided to stop what I was doing and dedicate myself to united science and spirituality, starting from the premise that consciousness and free will must be fundamental.
And would you say that your sati, who you truly are, made a free will decision, because that's what I'm really thinking, to be unhappy, for you to be so unhappy that you would start this journey and sit here now to bring this message to the world, so that in the end it was all free will decision by the sati, knowing it all. This is what people sometimes describe, right? And near that they get back and say, what I thought it was so miserable was actually just all meant to be.
Yeah. Well, I believe that clearly this way of thinking means that clearly we have more than one life. That it doesn't make any sense to only have this life. Now, it may be that someone may have just one life, but it's much more meaningful that you have to repeat, many lives in order to understand deeper aspects of this. It's the deity that wants to understand aspect of itself. The ego is an emanation of the deity in order to know itself, not the ego to know itself. The deity wants to know itself. The ego is a gopher of the deity. Okay, so when we think
the deity needs the ego also, it needs it.
Oh yeah, it needs the ego is the operator, if you want, of this body, that believes to be the body, and so is behaving in the way the deity wants to, in some crazy ways, and the deity wants that ego, that entity to behave in order to see better, understand better why, what is it that it doesn't understand about itself. See, so it's not the ego that is supposed to figure it out. If you think that the ego, that you are to figure it out, you are going to screw it up for sure, because you don't have the capacity. You don't even know why you're here, right? As an ego, I don't know why I'm here. I'm beginning to suspect why I'm here, but only because I have awakened to the fact that I'm part of a vaster entity. Without that awakening, I would continue to be unhappy, perhaps, and kind of, do whatever, whatever I was going to do. But I think that it was my job to come here, go through this journey, figure it out. I could have missed it, and then I would have to repeat it. But if I succeeded, then I continue. I continue to go into this path and do whatever I'm doing. And that's why I feel so energetic about, because, I have this mission. I see it. I perceive it. That's what I want. And I'm happy, but not in the happy-go-lucky kind of thing. I'm happy because I know that I'm doing what I came here to do.
And everyone has something they need to do, or if
yeah, even if you don't know what you're doing, okay? Yeah. Because in no matter what you do, you're going to show to the deity that you are the issues that she is here to find out. So by your good or bad action that you do, you're showing the aspect that the deity wants to find out. It just look like a simulation,
Yeah.
Just like when you simulate an equation in a computer, you want to find out under these parameters, with these parameters, these initial conditions, what happens. You see the behavior. Wow, and then say, well, let me change the initial condition. So that's another life, and then you see, and so on. And so eventually you get this sense of what this equation contains and all these kind of possibilities that are contained in this entity called that equation.
Yeah, and it also makes me think of your conoscere and sapere, the knowing and the knowledge, right? And that the knowledge keeps on expanding, and the knowing cannot beforehand know everything that's to be known, right? It has to go through that process. What helped me, I'm curious what your thoughts are also with your Christian background. When I made a video on Carl Jung's book on the answer to Job, about the deep meaning of suffering, or an explanation where Jung didn't buy sort of the story that God knew all along, right? So they had this, no, Job is good, and he gave Satan permission to just hit Job with all that suffering. And Jung said, no, probably Yahweh, in the story, God didn't have that awareness. And it's through sort of Job complaining to him at the end of the story of the book of Job, that God realizes, I put that good guy to gave him a pretty rough ride. And maybe that wasn't such a good idea. And then Jung, this is all speculation and theology, but Jung says, okay, that led to sort of the incarnation of Christ. And this reading brought me a bit back to Christian thinking, that I think, this I can relate to. Because can you relate to that, sort of that story that we bring something back, like we going through this life, like truly bring knowledge to the deity that it sort of can expand on?
Well, most Christian religions, the God is omniscient, right?
Yeah.
That's now the place I start. I start with one wanting to know itself. It means that, in fact, it knows very little in the beginning, and as it knows itself, but it knows itself by creating entities that know themselves, because it connects all the entities from within. So it knows the experience of every entity, but it's not the sum of the experiences. Is the quantum superposition of all those experiences, which is much more than the sum. One is more than the sum of the parts. In quantum physics, this is true. In classical physics, it's not. The sum of the parts is the whole, but it's just the sum of the parts. There is nothing more than the sum of the parts. That's what in chemistry, an atom is much more than the sum of the properties of the protons and neutrons and electrons that form that atom. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
and
that's the creative aspect of one, and so we have to really go there, and if you start with one that evolves, then the evolution of the knowing of one is the evolution of the universe. So they explain evolution by the self-knowing of one, evolving as one knows itself. Everything gets more complex and so on, not out of randomness. How can you make better things by changing them randomly? That's silly to think that you can do better by just casual combinations. And besides, you cannot explain creation. Creation goes beyond the combination of what already exists.
So also
for example, an atom of hydrogen is much more than the sum of the capacity, the property of the proton and the electron that make the atom.
Yeah.
It has completely new properties. That's the creative aspect. Where do those properties come from? From the quantum vacuum, which is the potentiality of the knowing of one. But that is the material aspect, meaning is the symbolic aspect. The atom of hydrogen is not an entity, it's not a conscious entity. It's the field whose state is the atom of hydrogen, which is the entity that is conscious as an identity and has free will. You see?
Yeah.
So we call the atoms and molecules and so on as if they were ontology. No, they're states of the field, they're symbols, they're not objects.
Yeah, we are looking at the ocean here. There are drops of the ocean, behavior of the ocean, and it's all the ocean. Yeah. Of course, in your theory, it helps if you can sort of have that. Awakening is sort of a loaded term in a sense, because it's so much huge in so many different ways. But it does feel as if you are making a plea for that, sort of for people to awaken to that deeper reality.
Yeah, no, it's realized that we are not the body, and if you, as long as you believe that you are the body, that there is no way that you go beyond the limits of the body, and in fact that's exactly what's wrong today, especially in the context of AI, artificial intelligence, basically being able to imitate us so well that it's difficult to tell what is artificial and what is real. But the real part of us is not the body. The real part of us, the one that understands, the one that, has free will and so on, is not in the body.
But this is really important what you're hitting here right now, because I think so many people are thinking that ChatGPT is about to become conscious or is already conscious because they're having such wonderful personal chats and can really experience empathy from the machine.
It appears that the experience is empathy, but...
Yeah, please, Federico, just take some time to... I know it's sort of asking you what you've already explained, but to those people, the inventor of... the first microprocessor, please explain why that is a fantasy.
Because the AI is simply repeating the symbolic aspects of... See, I have to take a step back, okay? So what is information for science? For science, information is simply the co-logarithm of the probability that a certain symbol manifests in a series of symbols, okay? So the more probable a symbol, the lower is the content of information of that symbol. Nothing to do with meaning. For us, when I say I got information, I mean I got meaning from the symbol. So the essence of information for me is the meaning of symbols. Completely different than what science is talking about. So we use the term information scientifically with something that has little to do with what information is for us. Major problem here. Even worse when we call artificial intelligence, we call intelligence what is not intelligence. Because intelligence is about the meaning of information. It's not about the symbol, whether it appears or not, or how probable it is to appear or not. You see, we have a major problem here. And this lends itself to be abused by the powers to be, and to, basically to control human beings, control society. That's not good. So, a computer is not conscious. A conscious experience is private. The program and the data of a computer is not private, can be copied as many times as you want. Already you see the difference between what I'm saying as a theory of consciousness and what science is saying. Yeah. And you know that you can copy programs of computers and data of computers. So, also, what I feel is much more than what I can say about what I feel. In a computer, that's it. All that the computer says is all there is. There is nothing more because there is no experience in the computer. Again, big difference between our consciousness, the sense, our meaning, the meaning of love. I mean, you cannot even tell to the person that you love because you know that there is more where there is that love. The love is a depth that goes beyond what you can say, but you know there is something to find out. So that love also has the power to make you want to find now what it means, to explore it, to go beyond.
Yeah.
See, that computers don't have that. Computers, they are algorithmic machines. So if you give them a question from that series of words, they find in their world of symbols the next symbols that has the highest probability to follow the symbol that you already given. That's it. There is no meaning. It's just a simple computation. But computation has nothing to do with meaning. We are the one that give the meaning to the output of a computation, even in a computer. When we do a simulation and we see a picture in the display, is the display having an experience of what it shows you? No, you are the one having an experience of what the display shows to you, right?
Yeah. And you said in our previous conversation that AI is not the beginning of a new era, but it marks the end of one.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. I hope that the AI ends the era of scientism. It shows that we are more than machines.
Yeah.
By exactly the reasoning that I just went through.
Yeah.
And more. So AI is just showing us a fake copy of what we are. And so once you realize that you're more than that, then the spell is broken. But you get to realize it within yourself, not because I tell you. Every one of us has to find out who he is by an experience of who he is, not by reading a book and repeating what it. That's what AI does.
Yeah.
They repeat what we told them. They recombine what we told them, and they give another combination of what we already told them. That's not understanding. That's recombining. Changing the chairs in the room. you know, but we put the chairs, we put the room, we put the table,
Yeah.
and AI simply rearranges it.
And what's your biggest fear now? Because developments are going so fast now in this space. Are you hopeful? I mean, you just said what your hope is, but are you
AI
hopeful?
can be very useful, but my fear is that it will, the smart people will become smarter, and the not so smart people will become dumber. Just like the rich gets richer and the poor get poorer, because the smart people will use AI with understanding. They can ask different questions, understand more, get new inputs out of which they will put their own creativity into it.
Yeah.
The not so smart people will be happy with what the AI tells them, and so they don't use their critical sense. And next time they will not even come up with with the right question.
Yeah, that's
not good. It's not good.
What in your opinion is happiness? What is it to be energetically alive as you are? I mean, what's that? What's that spark?
Well, you see, when you find out something new, you get it. You have an intuition, or even more important, a new understanding when you have been struggling to understand, and you finally get it. There is a burst of happiness, energy. Got it. Yeah, I got it. Right. I mean, where does it come from? It comes from your deepest part, because that's what we are here for. We are here to know each other. So if I know myself, or I know another like myself, and any new knowledge is a creation. It wasn't there before. See, a free will decision is a creation. It's not something that can be predicted. There is no algorithm. So we live in the creative space.
And it is in
this
this
space.
In consciousness space, but it is in the information space, us interacting, and the physical space that somehow consciousness get enriched. It can learn, and it then has these moments of excitement.
It also learns when there is no body. So in fact, it might learn much more without a body. But here is here expressly to understand certain aspects of self.
Yeah.
As we were talking earlier, the satiety. We ego and body are servant of who we are really, which is the satiety, to understand what we're here to find out.
Yeah.
And so once we find out something, who we are is really happy.
Yeah. So there's really stuff to be mined, like truly precious knowledge to be gained here, and that can only be gained in here in space-time, sitting here, and that's what satiety is here for in us.
Intuition, for example, many intuitive inputs that we get, they come from the satiety, from who we are. That simply, gives an idea that appears to come out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Where is it coming from?
Yeah,
it comes from the vaster self, or some other guides, or some other entity in this deeper reality where we exist.
As your theory, your way of thinking is so permissive to, let's just say, woo ideas. Anyone who has had channelings with extraterrestrial intelligences, you name it, entities, and it's permissive to all of that, right?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. But how do we still discern? So is that sort of that scientific mindset? Say we move towards a science where we sort of are much more open to all of this. How to discern still? How to know?
Well, we discern with our consciousness. Consciousness then becomes the real tool to find out who we are. Right now, we think that it is reasoning is the real tool, or experiments in space and time. Certainly, those are good tools, but not enough. Especially if you want to explore things that can only be explored with consciousness. Other realities, for example, beyond space and time. But as far as physics is concerned, scientism is concerned, there is no other reality than what is space and time, right?
Yeah.
But we know that it cannot be that way, because you cannot explain all kinds of other stuff otherwise.
Exactly.
People that go out of body and meet other entities that are not in this space and time, The space and time that they experience is completely different than this space and time. Many of the people that go out of body, they can also experience this space and time, and actually this reality. They can report what they see, like we would report, but then they can go beyond that. Where is that coming from?
And it's also
that certainly cannot be explored with an instrument, right? What kind of instrument do you the body, the instrument, which is the astral body of the the person that goes out of body, he goes through the windows without crashing the window. He goes through the wall, so it cannot be this physical body, and yet it is a body that has senses and that understands what's going on. How does that coming from? How can you study that? Certainly now with the Hadron Collider.
And you are a smart guy, Federico. I mean, and you're an entrepreneur. And working on this series, you must have sort of like hinges, if startups of ways to sort of build sort of companies around this whole idea of startup new research. Perhaps you're working on stuff you cannot share with us, but can you just give us a tip of the iceberg on how you are working, or you are sort of practically working with this now?
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly there is still some more theoretical work to do, and there will be for forever, really.
Yeah, of course.
You have to connect on in all kinds of ways. Then there is my attention is moving more toward the falsifying this theory or the competing theories by experiments, and then also bringing into the world ways in which people can actually experience, helping people experience their own unity with one. Because once you have that experience, you cannot go back. You cannot go back because you know that experience is real. And, so you may refuse it for a while, but
So you are working on ways to contribute to more people realizing who they truly are.
Correct.
How are you doing that?
Well, that's one thing at a time.
Check. I get you. I won't prompt you further, but I just had to ask.
After my awakening experience, it was clear that was just a taste of something that I didn't even understand how it could be possible. So I had to find out. So it wasn't like, now I know everything. In fact, no, now I know something that I didn't know before, but it's so much more powerful than anything that I had learned before that I must go deeper and find out. So I started looking for help, people that knew more than I, and so on. I found a therapist, for example, that would, give me some hints about, transpersonal therapy. Obviously, I didn't go to a psychiatrist to get a pill, right? But basically, started that way. So little by little, you find your way. Because once you decide that you're going to find out, the world will present you the next step to do. Once you want, the world will respond. In fact, the world responded to my asking, I want to know why I'm not happy. And that's a problem of consciousness. So I want to know what consciousness is. And so I got the experience that opened, a little bit, then closed, and then you're on your own again.
Beautiful, beautiful. It reminds me of Alan Watts saying that hide and seek aspect, right?
Yeah.
You're finding and then closing off again, because it also wants you to continue. It wants to, which is beautiful.
Yeah. And it's also an adventure. You have to love it. It's not like, now what am I going to do? Fear, right? No way. No, it's actually, in fact, is the first step of, you just almost like a door opens and there is a new world that you didn't even know existed before. So, man, what a bounty.
Yeah, thank you. But Federico, we talked about a lot, and one of the comments to the previous video was, this is the most important video of my life. Awesome people saying that about a conversation we had, and though I only got 20% of it, but I really hope this conversation has given people the next 20%. Maybe we should do 3 more. I'd be in for it, but once in a while to check in with you, but to give you sort of the final space to share. If there's anything left you would like to share with our audience, please do so.
Well, one will never stop knowing itself, right? It will be, because the more you know, the more there is to know, because the more connections, since we are not made of separable parts, the more you know, then the new knowing has to be connect with everything else that you know. And that's all new. So you can imagine if one is like that, that's for us too, right? So there is ever more to know, ever more to enjoy, but most important is to work together. Because the moment that we understand that we are parts whole of one, competition is out, cooperation is in. For me to know myself, I need to know you like myself. And for you to know yourself, you need to know me like yourself and everybody else. So you can see how there is a complete change in the attitude that we have toward life. The attitude of scientists toward life is the survival of the fittest. What is that about? Is that cooperation that actually sanctifies competition? It gives a reason why we have to compete.
Yeah.
And I give you a reason why, to cooperate. And that changes from this way to that way.
Yeah, beautiful. And you embody it. I felt it again today. I felt it in our previous conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
it's a pleasure, always.
I really enjoyed it, Federico. Yeah. To you watching this, I think it's a great time to be alive, not only for the developments and theories like Federico's, but also the fact that on our channel you can find a lot of videos that go deeper in this. And also YouTube is just an amazing space, right? We discussed sort of how can people give hands to this. In your day and age, it would be like finding the right people in the community. Now you can just go online, watch videos, also in all sorts of ways to just experience this. And we as Essentia try to be the hub where you can sort of come back with those experiences. We're not about that direct experiences very often, but we are about hardcore science and to make sense of it and to be rigorous about that. And you're part of that journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's a pleasure.
This is the world's first map of all theories of consciousness, and it now covers 325 competing theories.
What is the totality of human thinking and passion about consciousness?
After 3 decades and hundreds of interviews, the legendary Closer to Truth host Robert Lawrence Kuhn set himself a monumental task: to create the world's first map of all scientific theories of consciousness.
With consciousness, the more we've learned, the more theories we have.
Progress in science normally means to get to a single theory that explains a phenomenon. But when it comes to our most direct experience of reality, consciousness, there is an explosion of theories. As humanity, we are completely divided in understanding the most fundamental aspect of our existence.
Life after death, personal identity, purpose and value depend on your theory of consciousness. And if you don't think so, it doesn't matter, because it still is. You just have an assumed theory of consciousness. I mean, the materialists say they're not making a leap of faith, they're just going by science, but their leap of faith is that mental states can be described in terms of physical states. I'm not a relativist. In fact, I've quipped at some point is that it's not that we have too many theories, it's that we have one too few.
I had promised not to push Robert Lawrence Kuhn on his own view, but I couldn't resist it.
If you're forcing me to reveal it, and for what little it's worth, here's what I think.
Robert Lawrence Kuhn was in Paris for a Closer to Truth shoot.
That's beautiful.
had his map of all theories of consciousness brought him closer to truth or to madness. I'm sitting here, nice Paris hotel room, and I'm studying Subway. The map of all consciousness theories QNet spent more than a year working on made me think of the Paris subway system. Complex as it is, it does look tidy in schemes like these. But every traveler knows that the complexity gets messy once you really dive in. You can get lost in the theories of consciousness just as you can get lost in the Paris subway system. In this conversation, we will cover over 325 theories of consciousness. These will be our stops. You can also find them in the timestamps. As your tour guide on the journey into the landscape of consciousness, I do have to be open and transparent. I have a favorite position on the map. The Essentia Foundation is all about analytic idealism, and we point to the fallacy and inconsistencies of materialist theories of consciousness. That being said, we are also about hardcore science, and in trying to falsify my own views and reading about the materialist theories on the landscape, I was actually quite surprised because some of them I read as basically being idealist. We live in interesting times. I think metaphysical boundaries are silently moving, and I think the map QNES made will prove to be a historical document of the status quo of thinking about consciousness and metaphysics in 2025.
We arrived on location.
Yep.
Beautiful city.
I would be interviewing someone who had basically interviewed everyone himself in the field of consciousness studies. How do you prepare for an interview like that? Well, you just wait until the interviewee summarizes all his knowledge for you. You created this. This, for all of us watching, is a landscape of consciousness. In it, you try to collect and categorize all theories of consciousness. What made you do this? Because it's a daunting thing to do. And, of course, as an opening question, has it brought you closer to truth? But first, sort of what made you do this?
As a pre-teenager and an early teenager, I was consumed, as some of us are, with the nature of ultimate reality. And whether it's the existence of God or an afterlife, and what is life all about? And I determined that the way to discern it would be to study either physics or philosophy. And I began thinking about it and which college I would go to and how I would do that. And then one day, I can still remember it, that I had the sudden realization that the only way we can perceive physics or construct philosophy is via our brains. I began to be interested in broader aspects of it, like parapsychology, and is that real? And if it's real, does it violate the laws of physics? And what would that imply about the nature of reality? And so at that point, consciousness became something that was the focus of my interest. The core idea of consciousness is that I feel very strongly that whatever ultimate reality really is, that consciousness plays a role in its determination. Now, that is not to say that I'm saying that consciousness is fundamental reality. That's not to say that. It is to say that that consciousness is a determinant of what that is, because if consciousness is indeed material, and we can define what that means in a very grand sense, and there are 100 or more materialistic theories that I've cataloged in originally 10 subcategories, and now it'll be 12 subcategories when it expands. But because if consciousness is material, then that is a determinant of ultimate reality. If it's not, then there's a broader set of possibilities of what consciousness. That's why consciousness, to me, is the test.
Yeah.
And perhaps it's the only test in terms of thinking rigorously and analytically. Consciousness is the key to ultimate reality, one way or the other. And if that's the case, what I want to do is to compile the best human thinking throughout history, but mainly today, on this topic. And what is the totality? What is the scope of human thinking and passion about consciousness? So we have that link between consciousness being the key to ultimate reality, and then we get the entirety of human thinking about consciousness. And that to me is electrifying.
How do you define consciousness? Can you sort of grasp it sort of like in a couple of sentences?
I've approached consciousness, fairly simply. There, people have done it very sophisticated. Ned Block talks about access consciousness, but I use the term of art is phenomenal consciousness, which is the felt inner experience, the smell of garlic cooking in olive oil, the sight of your newborn daughter just emerged from a cesarean section, the fifth movement of Mahler's Second Symphony with the choral. I mean, those experiences, and even the ordinary experiences that we have, the inner movie, all different ways to express it. That's the focus, phenomenal consciousness. Mm-hmm. It's not the content of consciousness per se, because it have all these different kinds, olive oil, child, music, those are all radically different. But it's that felt inner experience.
Yeah, which we cannot get around.
And that's it.
Yeah,
and that's it. And I try to exclude everything else, because a lot of other related things, like perception, content of consciousness, and there are a lot of theories about that. And, people have free will as part of it, but I try to tease apart and dissect out everything but theories of phenomenal consciousness.
Great. In diving in the landscape, which I want to do right now, first of all, good to know to just share with the audience. We'll put this oversight with it, which I think is great, sort of on screen for you guys to watch. So we have sort of the main categories: materialism, non-reductive physicalism, quantum theories of consciousness, then integrated information theory, panpsychisms, monisms, dualisms, idealisms, what Essentia Foundation is about, analytic idealism, and then anomalous and altered states. And you have a final category of challenge theories. Now, Robert, please correct me if I'm wrong. I was talking historically the route. If we would take an historical route, I'd say that, the oldest are the Vedic literature, the Indian theory. So that sort of main human thinking around consciousness starts out with sort of idealist notions. But correct me now if I'm wrong, right? I'm going to sketch how I think what the history, how it went, just my understanding. So we started out with idealist notions of consciousness, that consciousness is the ultimate reality. Then out of that, you see in Abrahamic religions sort of notions of dualism, that yes, there might be sort of consciousness, but there's also a sort of world created that has a sort of ontological base. So there's matters of dualisms, and monism sort of maybe also, but that's more or less it. And then out of that dualism comes the idea, but wait a minute, what if that sort of matter is the fundamental stuff? And can't we draw just consciousness out of matter? And then we see this big explosioning happen in Western thinking. And now, funny enough, to just share with me my analysis when reading your landscape, I see this interesting return again in the 20th century, that now out of materialism with its problems, which we will also hopefully touch upon, the hard problem of consciousness, we now end up with people going back to dualisms again. And of course, idealism. Bernardo Kastrup is the director of our foundation. We have something like analytic idealism. So I just see this very interesting circular move in history. But just curious, as sort of a grand overview for our audience, and in reading your landscape that I wanted to share with you, and curious what you think.
Sure, that's great, and I would generally subscribe to what you say. I would put some nuance on it. Certainly, historically, the first expression that consciousness is fundamental comes from the Vedic scriptures, and was expressed in a plethora of schools of Indian philosophy, which are all fascinating. Advaita Vedanta today is a non-dualism school. That's the dominant one. But there were dualism schools in ancient India as well. I mean, as many different Christian sects we see today, that was duplicated among. I mean, that's just a human sociological tendency of different views, different expounders of philosophy. So that was one tradition. I wouldn't say the Abrahamic traditions came out of that. I would not have a cause effect there. I would say that is a different tradition that began with a different ontological foundation, which is a theistic one that the Abrahamic religions had, and beginning with Judaism and then Christianity and Islam. We can talk about each one of those in great depth as their approach. So I would say that was a quasi-independent development, and both then continued. Then a materialistic view began, of course, with the Renaissance of scientific revolution, and where science became a way of doing natural philosophy. It was originally, sort of philosophical theology, and then it became natural philosophy, and then it became science. It was an approach to use a scientific method of providing third-party verification, because everything else we're talking about is either first-person awareness or it is group tradition. But the scientific approach was something that would have independent third-party recognition. So everybody would have to agree with Newton's, laws. Obviously, they were, then superseded by Einstein's relativity. But then everybody generally will agree with that. And the same thing has approached through the development of chemistry and physics, molecular biology, etc. And so materialism grew out of that out of that theory. So you have, if you want to take three different traditions, and there are more, but you have the idealism coming out from India. You have a dualistic approach coming out of the Abrahamic religions, and then you have materialism coming out of the scientific revolution and the scientific traditions. And now we're all merging together, and we see what's happening, and that's what I love doing. So before we get into a detailed discussion of the landscape, I would like to, if I can, give you my big overview of how this came about and why I did it, because it is important. I mean, the individual theories, as I've said, I put my life and heart and soul into each one, pretending for one or two nights that was my theory, and I want the world to understand my theory, and I was going to do my best to explain it in 800 words or whatever. But there's a bigger overview here. And I started, as we've said, that consciousness is, in my opinion, it's not absolutely sure, but in my opinion, is the key to ultimate reality, one way or the other. It's not just that consciousness is ultimate reality. I'm not saying that. I am saying that it's the key to know what ultimate reality is. And then I start and look at the world, and I see the great human contributions, the great enormous human thinking, historically, contemporarily, into consciousness. So I have two overarching objectives for studying consciousness the way I have. Number one is my view, and you may disagree, and others may disagree, is that now is a time to appreciate the diversity and the creativity and the innovation of how human beings think about consciousness. And so I am of a mind to let 100 flowers bloom, to see them all, and to discern out of those we think make a contribution. And you have to make a choice. There's a lot of, I would say, not so rational ideas about consciousness, and there's lots of fringe thinking, and who's to judge what's fringe and what's the mainstream, and these are all obviously epistemologically uncertain. Everybody makes their own judgment. I make my own judgments. People can say I'm wrong. That's fine. I like that. But make a judgment about which of these. But to really see this landscape and to appreciate the great contributions of human beings from all these different perspectives. So that's objective number one. Objective number two, and this has come up more recently, particularly in light of questions of AI consciousness, but it's broader than that, is that the big questions of human sentience and human existence are completely dependent upon your theory of consciousness. Let me explain what that means. What are these big questions? Big questions are, is there meaning or purpose in life? What is value? What is personal identity? How do you maintain personal identity? Is there free will? There's great controversy about free will. What things are conscious? Is an amoeba conscious? Is a lobster conscious? A dolphin? As well as humans. And then you get into AI consciousness, and that's a hot topic in society for various ethical and, existential reasons that people are concerned about that. And then from that, virtual immortality. Is it possible to upload our first-person consciousness to non-biological materials and live, if not forever, for, an indeterminate amount of time until the heat death of the universe or something. And then finally life after death. So that panoply of big ideas that we deal with, and each of the topics that I just mentioned are vast areas in themselves. They're vast landscapes and various opinions. But I want to cut through all of that. And I want to say that each of those questions and how you answer them are dependent on what your theory of consciousness is. And if you don't think so, it doesn't matter. Because it still is. You just have an assumed theory of consciousness. What I'm not sure is how each of the theories would express itself in these big questions. And that requires some thought. I started the process in landscape, but that doesn't mean I had it right or I will change my mind. But I think this is a wonderful thing to explore, where diverse people look at these big questions and then explore each of the kinds of theories of landscape, of consciousness, that would have implications for these theories. Now I want to zero in on the landscape itself and say, what are my overarching thinking about the landscape itself? Now, I said why it's important. Now, what about it itself? And so, again, I have two big categories. The first category is that normal science, the more you learn, the more confident you are about certain theories. And so, when there was a microwave background radiation discovered in 1965 or so, and the results of that greatly supported the Big Bang theory, and if not falsified, at least undermined the steady state theory. So as science learns more in general, we've seen this in particle physics, molecular biology, there are fewer and fewer theories, and they get more narrow. You can never really prove a theory right. Arguably, you can falsify and prove some theories wrong, but that's the process. With consciousness, the more we've learned, especially in the last, half century or so, since I did my doctorate degree, I was working on brain stuff, and everybody's, brain science has been an enormous increase. The more we've learned, the more theories we have. And so that, to me, is telling that as science has advanced, this is the only subject that I know of, consciousness, in which the more we learn, the more theories we have, not the fewer. So that, to me, is a neon sign flashing. There's something going on here. This proliferation of theories, that's what we're talking about. The second point that you notice is what I call the locus of the key point of consciousness. Obviously, we're in a world, we are a human being, I have a brain, at different orders of magnitude. Where is the point that the consciousness is happening? And each theory has a place in which that happens. And to me, the second big idea, in addition to the proliferation of theories, is the vast dispersion of order of magnitude of where the theories are taking place. We can start at the smallest level, which is quantum. And there's some theories that would have the quantum nature of subatomic particles. And then you go to quantum expressions within cells. Penrose Hameroff and the microtubules, and others have it in different parts of the cell. And then, of course, you can go beyond that to panpsychisms or idealism, where consciousness is, in a sense, everything, the entirety of the universe, whether it's cosmopsychisms or cosmic consciousness or idealism in some sense. So you have this enormous range. You can't have a larger range from the smallest quantum, and you go each of the steps. And there are theories at each of these steps. So those are the two big overviews, the proliferation of theories and the vast range at which the consciousness, the critical event occurs at that point. And from that framework, we can talk about specifics. The first question I have when I just look at, again, this was not done a priori, but it was done a posteriori. When I had this whole thing and looked at it, I noticed that of the number of specific theories at the lowest level, which was order of magnitude, let's just say 200, roughly half were materialism theories. When materialism is only one of sort of 8 categories. I have 2 categories at the end, which are not theories in themselves. One is what I call anomalous and altered state theories, which are theories that are motivated by anomalous parapsychology, ESP, near-death experiences, out-of-body experience, all those kinds of things, as well as meditative states, psychedelic states, and all of that. Those are different ways. Those are not theories of consciousness, but they are ways that people who are into that use to develop their theories. So I made it a separate category. And then challenge theories are people who have either challenged the whole exercise as being beyond our capacity to understand, or different ways of framing it. So leaving those 2 aside, there are 8 sort of substantive theories of consciousness categories. And again, materialism is one, and it has almost 50% of all the total. So why is that the case? That was my question. And I began to think, and then became obvious that if you have the first nodal point that you decide is the physical world able to describe consciousness without remainder? Nothing else. Almost everyone agrees that the physical world and the physical brain is necessary for our kind of consciousness, but some people would say it's not sufficient. And if it's not sufficient, that means there must be some kind of a non-physical reality of some kind. It can be, from property dualism on the one hand, where it supervenes on the physical, to idealism on the other extreme. I mean, and all of that. But all of that brings something non-physical into the metaphysics of reality. And so that's the critical point. Does it have something other than the physical as defined? In physical, you can expand the physical beyond the physics we know today, but still we know what we mean by physics and quantum physics or dimensions or something. And so once you do that, now if you go to the non-physical, there's something non-physical about it, because it's an ipso facto condition, because you're saying there's something non-physical about it, because that's your division point. So in these categories, there's something non-physical. You're not saying it's all non-physical, but you're saying something about it. Once you do that, you are then walking outside the arena in which the scientific method can be wholly valid. And so the amount of progress that you can make in each theory beyond that is somewhat limited in terms of our collective agreement on a theory. You may have a vision and therefore believe that that's real, but that doesn't convince me. So it's non-third party determinant. It can be first person determinant, but non-third party. It's not a consensus view. Once you are outside once you introduce anything non-physical, you then, to one degree or another, eliminate the possibility of a scientific method. If you don't have anything non-physical, if you say it's all physical, then you can arguably make progress, because you can apply scientific methodology to discerning it, and therefore you get a proliferation of different ideas, because you're able, or at least think you're able, if you have that materialist constraint, you then can make progress.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you're progressing in the right direction or coming to a right answer, but you can move along a trail of doing scientific work, whereas in the non-physical area, you're not. That's why there are more bottom line theories under a materialist view than there are under, any of the non-materialist views, and roughly the equivalent. That's the reason. That has nothing to do with the veridical veracity of the theory. It's nothing to do with it. It's just almost a sociological, or it's an epistemological analysis of why there are so many materialistic theories. And that's kind of a meta way of thinking about why so many materialistic theories.
I think this is very interesting. It's a very, very clarifying insight to hear this from you, because it's this sort of methodological commitment to science and doing science that you want to remain as long as possible within this framework. And you want to stretch sort of your metaphysics as long as possible. But I must say that in that stretching of the metaphysics within that category, you hear stuff that makes me think you are now sort of almost leaving the category of materialism, and in sort of our most accurate, this is a bit of a jump, right, to quantum, but I do think it can help us here. It's in a sense our most accurate theory of reality, and in the foundations of physics, of course, physicality in the sense of observer independent physical properties is sort of now highly disputed, right? So hasn't our sort of methodology of science in quantum theory now brought us sort of this metaphysics staring us in the eye? That's at least what fascinates me. Also interviewing people, lots of people in the foundations of physics.
Yes.
And it's a bit of a jump towards, we should, of course.
That's why I put quantum in a separate category under materialism, because in one sense it's still a physical theory, but it adds something beyond the physical, or at least there's disputations along the line.
On which it doesn't really make a claim yet, but yeah.
But let's stick with the materialism, because you ask a good question, that some of the theories in materialism have this claim. Now, that seems to go beyond materialism. And I would put them in the category of enactivism and phenomenology. And these are harder to understand because your reaction is a normal reaction. In fact, my reaction is the same. But I'd make this point clear, that all of the main protagonists of an activism or embodied an activism, let's stick with that, and phenomenology, they say they are materialists. They say it. So if you think they're not, or I think they're not, they think they are.
That's interesting. And you wanted to honor that, and that, I think I appreciate that.
They say they are. In fact, they go out of their way to say they are. Now, you may think that's hard to explain. In fact, when they say they are, they don't spend a lot of time explaining why they are still that way. But they say it's within. And as I got into it, and I did not appreciate phenomenology before I did the paper as much as I should have, and I appreciate it more now, and it's something I want to appreciate more so. And it deals somewhat with the distinction between continental philosophy and Anglo-American analytic philosophy, and it attempts to take the whole person as a gestalt, as a unified aspect, and not break it into parts, and that you understand this whole person aspect of personhood, and in order to understand now, a subfield of that, which some very smart people have supported, is called neurophenomenology. It was started by Francisco Villela a long time ago, I think in the late 1990s. And language for a while now is taken up by a number of people. You mentioned Evan Thompson and his collaborators in his book, The Blind Spot, Michelle Bitball, and others have taken up neurophenomenology as a way to give primacy to the experiential, and yet develop that in a neurological context, but not emphasizing the neurology, but to keep both at the same ontological level. That's their desire, to keep the neuroscience and the phenomenology of the experiential whole person at the same level. Now, that's not the case in neurobiological theories at all. You don't need the person at all. You're just dealing with these recurrent circuits or electrical, electromagnetic fields or whatever your individual theory is. And so neurophenomenology tries to keep them both at the same level. But it is a kind of a promise that can make progress. There's been little demonstration that progress can be made in that idea, but I respect that idea a lot because I think it does reflect on the nature of consciousness, and it also the neurophenomenological mandate that they would like to pursue does undermine to some degree the rest of materialism. Because it says that the neurobiological approach or the electromagnetic field approach is not going to be sufficient. Now, again, they're not claiming to be non-physicalists in any way whatsoever. They think it is all physical, but it has to be something that's that puts both the neuroscience and the phenomenology at the same level of ontological existence. And that's a challenge, and that's something that that the burden is on them to show that it works. But what they do, which is your observation, which I agree with, is they do undermine some of the materialistic thinking.
I do think it's a very interesting point where phenomenology enters sort of the materialist category, because it's the point where you say, instead of sort of taking observer independent physical universe as our departure point, you now take a step back, say, wait a minute, you acknowledge the fact that world presents itself to the individual within something we call consciousness, and that's sort of the phenomenological approach. But that's also where, indeed, as you say, philosophically, problems arise, because if you don't want to keep both categories, give them the same status, I mean, any sort of schooled philosopher will sort of tick you on the finger, say, wait a minute, you cannot just do that, right? Is that a way to look at it?
Phenomenology takes the individual as a whole and looks upon the individual as a whole and the lived experience of an individual. Experience is a very important factor in phenomenology. So it's the individual as a whole and the endurance of lived experience. And this they apply, broadly. Even in physics, they use these ideas as well in terms of process philosophy. All sorts of things are part of this kind of different way of thinking. But still, they do it within a physicalist, broadly construed way of thinking. And that when the individual as a whole is a lived experience, and then the world is presented to itself, then they use that as a way to discern what consciousness is. They don't start with consciousness. They start with, they're not looking to explain consciousness. They're looking to express this wholeness of human experience and human endeavor. And then that becomes a way of understanding, if you want to look at that, an approach to what consciousness is. Now, as neurosciences come in, they recognize phenomenology, because phenomenology antedated real neuroscience. It goes back 100 years or whatever, with different people, Husserl and different philosophers. But as neuroscience became a real science in the 20th century, they recognized they have to deal with that. And so the neurophenomenology became a way to try to create equal ontological status. And, you know, you rightly may criticize that as not being ultimately workable. But their innovation, if you will, is to say they are. And the mistake that materialists make, and the mistake that idealists make, or dualists, is that they're not doing that. That they're giving precedence, ontological precedence, to one or the other. So the materialists are giving precedence to the neuroscience, and the dualists and idealists are giving precedence to the phenomenal experience or the consciousness, but neither are correct, because the only way to be correct is their theory, not my theory, their theory, is to have them at an equal ontological status as your presupposition to move forward. Now, how they move forward and what they do is a real question, because I haven't seen forward progress from that assumption. I've not seen that, but you know, open-minded. I mean, it is a different approach, and what I do like is that it is a different reflection on the you know, the old tension between the dualist idealist and the materialist point of view. The phenomenology approach is a different perspective on it.
Yeah, check. And what I take from it, as I just said, this interesting point that people can make this claim, but philosophically speaking, strictly philosophically, if an analytic philosopher studies sort of these different subcategories, he might sort of suspect, he might have come to a different arrangement within the landscape of consciousness, but your aim was to follow what people themselves say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I try to, as much as possible, take myself out of every equation, to put myself in the shoes of each individual or group of individuals who have the theory, and express it in the best possible way. And again, for a few hours or a day or two, pretend that that's my theory, and I'm trying to get the whole world to agree with it, and do it as rigorously as possible without injecting any other thoughts of thinking. And if somebody tells me that they're a materialist, you know, I'm not going to say, well, you're not. I mean, you know, I might
you say so.
I might put that in parentheses and say, you know, I'm having difficulty following this. I do that on occasion, but I you know, if they say they are, they are. Galen Strawson famously says that he's the real materialist, because he is the one who puts consciousness as part of fundamental reality. And if you don't do that, you're not a real materialist. So, that
one was mind-boggling. I wrote it down. I will get to that quote, which was like, okay, now I'm lost.
Galen has a few
if stuff like this counts as materialism, now I'm properly lost. But in wrapping up sort of the category of materialism, I think it's safe to say for people to just understand that more or less all these theories say what Christoph Koch calls, what I really like, sort of no brain, never mind. We need the physical substrate that, whether we understand it or not, gives in the end rise to sort of consciousness.
I would say that that's correct, and but I would also want to stress, even though I myself might not be a materialist ultimately, the richness and understanding of the different kinds of thinking that materialism that has emerged from materialism, and it's very rich. Even what some people ridicule in terms of eliminative materialism or illusionism, there is some deep thinking behind that. It's not to be, you know, it's easy to ridicule that, but there is helpful and very interesting thinking behind that. So each of the subcategories under materialism brings some richness. Is that even illusionism, neurobiological thinking in terms of how the circuitry works, electromagnetic ideas, computational ways of thinking, and activism in terms of the embodiment and activism of the environment, theories that are, although all are evolutionary based, some are very strongly evolutionary based, And then the distinction between different levels of representationalism. First order, where the sensory input is happening and consciousness emerges immediately, or do you need a higher order representationalism, where you have to, that first order then has to be reflected like a second derivative or something. That you have to go through the process again. And this is a lot of very rich science has been developed in each of these categories. So we leave materialism, but recognize that all of these make some sort of a contribution to what we're talking about, and to oversimplify and sort of throw them all out is in my mind a mistake. Even though I wouldn't classify myself as a materialist, I do appreciate each of those contributions.
Yeah, I get that. And we interviewed, for instance, also Michael Levin, who also with his same technological approach to mind everywhere fits. But I know from my own conversations with Michael Levin that has to do with the fact that he just, I wouldn't say he wants to stay away, but he doesn't see the necessity to make any metaphysical claims. But to us, from a Essentia Foundation's perspective, it's just super interesting to see what he's working on, because, I mean, he does say stuff that there might be this Platonic realm that give rise to form, right? Where sort of these bioelectric fields that sort of are involved with morphogenesis play a role. Super interesting stuff. So that also is sort of just to say that within your landscape, I really think people should read sort of these different materialist theories and see for themselves. There's super
Levin's
interesting,
a great example.
Super interesting stuff there.
Yeah, is in materialism. Yeah. Exactly. And that's why each of these, to some degree or another, has a contribution to make in terms of understanding. That's a good example.
Okay, we spent quite some time here, but this was, of course, the biggest category. A couple of times you've now said that you not per se are materialists, you just wanted to openly study people that who call themselves a materialist. But how has sort of studying all of these different theories influenced your own thinking about materialism, because it's so wide?
Yeah. Originally, as I began to think about reality and consciousness, I had this thought when I was very, very young, and it hasn't left me. Maybe that means I've made no progress, but it hasn't left me. And it's this thought, and that is, should a being, an existing thing, we're a being, should a being that can conceive of eternity be denied it? Should a being that can conceive of eternity be denied it? And so that was an initial thought that I had that opened me to broader areas than pure science as a very young person. And that has stuck with me no matter what I've done, and has motivated my thinking. Now, maybe there's a kind of an imprinting irrationality to that, or an exaggeration of what it means, but it really still holds meaning for me. That should a being who can conceive of eternity ultimately be denied it. And to me, that sounds illogical in a strange way. And therefore, that opens me up to lots of non-materialistic kinds of thinking. And so as I've gone through the landscape and as I've developed theories, I have had a personal predilection towards non-physical theories myself, although I keep that very tightly under mental wraps when I do every theory. And literally, when every theory I write it as well as I can for each one. And so I would say, and I'd still say, that I am not a materialist in that way. But I had a personal experience in life in the last few years that has slightly shaken my non-materialist view. Slightly, very slightly. To be silly with percentages, if I was 98% sure that materialism was wrong, I'm now 92% sure that it's wrong.
Okay. Tell us about that 6% change.
Yeah, so still 92%, but there was a slight change, and that was this. My daughter got married late in life, and her husband is younger, and they live in France, which is why we're here in Paris visiting them. And when they got married, my daughter was older. She was in her mid-40s, and they wanted to have a baby. And she had at least one miscarriage, which was genetically deformed, etc. So they didn't have children. But she had frozen her eggs when she was 35 or 33, so 10, 12 years before. And they had a few, and they studied them, and none of them were great, but none of them were fully acceptable. But there was one mosaic, they called it. A mosaic is an egg that could be good or could be bad. They don't know. So the only one, they took the chance. They defrosted it. Her husband flew to New York to fertilize it. It then was allowed to grow into a blastula with 100 cells, so they could test it to be sure that it seemed okay, because
It has officially been 1 week since Hytale released, and now the second Hytale update has just dropped on pre-release. And while the last patch gave us dinosaurs, this one is giving us the power to literally raise the dead. We have brand new magic, a complete rework of mining progression, and massive changes to World Generation V2. We have a lot to get through, so let's jump straight into it. First up, let's talk about the most important feature, magic. If you like something, you're going to love this. They've added the Necromancy Grimoire. The Grimoire drops from the Skeleton Praetorian and lets you raise up to 5 skeletal minions from bone piles. They last for 5 minutes or until you die, so you can essentially run around with your own undead army. But don't get too comfortable, because these enemies got buffed too. Polar bears and multiple skeleton types are now stronger, and if you thought you could cheese fights by building up, think again. The tower exploit has been fixed. NPCs will now throw rocks at you even if you try to camp on high ground. Oh, and you know everyone's favorite Hytale mob, the Magma Rhinotoads? Well, Ninja Charlie T over on Twitter confirmed the changes, showing how the tongue attack now moves the player less, but the frog now has more mobility with a gap closer. I tested this for myself, and this honestly feels like a perfect change. While the tongue attack previously was a bit too OP, I feel like this finds a middle ground while not completely nerfing the frog. Next, let's look at gameplay and progression, because mining has changed significantly. They've completely reworked the pickaxe progression. Mining speed now properly scales with your pickaxe quality, but the big catch is Adamite. You can no longer just rush it. Adamite ore now requires a thorium or cobalt pickaxe to mine. This is going to slow down the rush to endgame gear, but it makes the mid-game feel much more important as well. For travel, railcarts got a speed boost. Simon admitted in the notes that they are still not great, but they are definitely faster than before. Plus, carts now consume and place correctly, so the rail system is actually viable now without weird glitches. While not in the patch notes, Simon over on Twitter confirms proximity voice chat is still in the works. They have a prototype working, but are still evaluating it on the priority list for the moment. I've always been a huge fan of adding proximity chat into games, so I cannot wait for this feature. Now for the fun stuff, customization. If you love tweaking your avatar, there are huge new options available for all editions. We've got new mask face accessories as seen here, which looks so cool, as well as 3 completely new mouth variants: Vampire, Q, and Orc. They've also polished up the visuals big time. Cape animations, petals, and cloth physics have all been updated. And for the PvP crowd or those who want maximum immersion, there's a new armor slot visibility toggle. This is host enforced, so server owners can decide if they want everyone to show their gear or hide it for roleplay. Testing this for myself, I found that if you enable the armor slot visibility and enter combat, it will display your armor, and then a few moments later it will hide again, perfect for role-playing servers. On the technical side, World Generation is getting a massive upgrade. World Gen V2 is now prepared for public documentation, which is huge news for modders. They've added a new default flat and default void templates using this new V2 engine. If you start a new world, the hub portal now spawns with V2 flat World Gen, featuring clearer weather and limited fog. Speaking of atmosphere, audio got some love too. Remember the dinosaurs we showed you in the last update? Well, they finally added basic sounds for the Rex, alongside some crucial audio fixes. For server owners, this patch is filled with stability fixes. We're seeing a major refactor in orb placement, a new server self-updater, and massive improvements to stability, validation, and ECS. They've also fixed the bed respawn issue in unloaded chunks, so no more bed crashes. These stability fixes are going to be huge for multiplayer, which is perfect because our own Hytale network, Orbis Network, is live. Whether you want to survive in our survival server or fight it out in our new Castle Siege game mode, come join us at the IP orbisnetwork.net. It's been a blast streaming with you guys daily on there. And that is everything in Hytale's update number 2. Let me know in the comments, are you going to be using the necromancy magic, or are you more hyped for the World Gen V2 tools? Make sure to subscribe for more Hytale updates. My name is Anon, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.
I've seen the hot take that Hytale will kill Minecraft everywhere recently. Most of it feels like pure shock value. But within that, there is definitely a real conversation worth having about whether this is even possible. And for me, the most important conversation to have about it revolves around mods and its effect on modded Minecraft, mainly because I've built an entire channel around it. When Hypixel, Hytale's developers, built their Minecraft server back in the day, they used Minecraft as a base and developed their own maps and minigames on top of it, completely changing the original game. This was all achieved through server modifications and plugins added on top of Minecraft, and in Hytale, Hypixel Studios' latest venture, they have clearly been pitching it towards being that same open sandbox, mod-friendly style game that launched their original success.
Hytale has been out for just over 1 week and it's already getting its 3rd update. Minecraft's lead developer has played it, exploits have been found and patched, the Far Lands were just discovered by my good friend, plus the team is looking to pay big bucks for world designers as they release World Gen V2. This weekend, we'll likely see the 2nd Hytale update roll out to the release version of the game, with the 3rd around the corner and supposedly much bigger than the first updates we've had. This means it might take a bit more time to drop, but the Hytale team are clearly adopting the quicker approach of pre-release, get players into test and give feedback for a few days, then roll out to the main game. If they even come close to weekly updates at this rate, it'll be huge for the community that has grown in the first week. Simon said, imagine if we could get back 4 years plus this pace of updates. And he's right, if you weren't aware, the version of Hytale that we're all playing is technically from 2021. We have lots of videos on the channel covering the tumultuous history of Hytale, and if you're convinced to buy the game, make sure to use creator code Quebec when you do. The Hytale team's big plan seems to begin with something very important, which is hiring from within the community. Simon posted, pleased to announce that we are now working with Violet to create official cosmetics for Hytale. She was one of the first Hytale modders and is now the first to join us, keeping our promise to hire from within the community. You'll actually have already seen some of Violet's new cosmetics if you got the update 2 pre-release. Violet's Day 1 wardrobe mod also added a bunch of custom clothing that you could craft in the game, and whilst this mod won't be getting expansions anymore, it's still worth grabbing and adding to your world as there's some really great community references in here, plus her other packs add a lot, and I mean a lot, of furniture, music items, and many more things that you can decorate your house with. Massive congratulations there to Violet, very well deserved. Simon has now released the documentation for World Gen V2, it's available on hytalemodding.dev and people can now access and play around with it. With this, he also announced that he will be hiring 15 world designers in the coming months in order to help with the main game. He'll likely be hiring people who take this documentation and showcase examples of their work. And the good news? Everyone is already messing with it and showing results. I mean, just look at all of these posts. There's so many talented players out there manipulating the world, creating their own biomes, the exact thing Hytale promised us for years. Plus, before Hytale launched, Simon mentioned that he'd be paying a pretty high salary to anyone he brings onto the world design team, so good luck to anyone aiming to work at Hytale. Simon confirmed they are planning to add a mana system. Magic is definitely going to be much bigger than just a few spell books. It just takes a little bit of time. He also confirmed they are tracking playtime for everybody, even though it doesn't display yet like on Steam, so we can look forward to that being added eventually. We also got some footage of the dastardly lava toad's headbutt roll attack. I don't know why they've added this to the game, but it's in now and we have to live with it. When one user commented, Hytale doesn't need cozy farming, Hytale needs combat, boss fights, and dragons. Simon responded, quote, Hytale needs it all. I was just saying how we need a team within a team to entirely focus on cozy aspects while another part of the team is handling the combat. Another user commented, my main hope is that Hytale, after all the changes, will continue to still feel sandboxy and you don't feel forced to do all the things that will eventually be added. I think we have too much of that already at this point in games. Simon commented that this is a very hard challenge, but they do have have a plan. Jeb, the lead developer of Minecraft, also confirmed that he'd played Hytale along with pretty much every OG Minecraft YouTuber that exists out there and thinks that it is very polished. He says that he will check it out again in future as he knows modding will help the game massively. Simon acknowledged this post with a huge statement which is clearly very heartfelt. He says, Jeb saying Hytale feels very polished is the best compliment we could ever get. He is someone I respect very much and I know he doesn't talk much publicly about other games, so I appreciate that. I don't think people understand the complex design of Minecraft, all the features and systems working together to make a game. It takes 10+ years for these kinds of games to mature into a proper game loop. It's very difficult. I have been working with Minecraft as a modder for 14 years now and have hired and worked with over 300 people throughout my career. I know the genre very well and I'm very critical of our own game. I agree with a lot of the negative feedback and take notes all day. I've been saying for months that Hytale still has a long way to go and I still believe it, which is why I keep working every single day. Hearing that Jeb says he will come back to play the game later is great, hopefully to experience the true vision we have for Hytale. Respect to the Mojang team for playing, hopefully they understand the different vision a bit more and feel more comfortable with us being around. By the way, I understand Jeb's sentiment when he says I'd rather just play Minecraft. At this point he is probably right to feel this way. We haven't had time to add all the features that make us unique and the early game experience we do have is quite bare bones compared to what we can do with World Gen V2 and other upcoming features. We don't have instances, dungeons, bosses, quests, stories, or anything like that right now. All of this is planned and the good news is we have the team for it. Truth is, many of us just want something new, more combat adventure based, exploration and fantasy based, and this is why we are making and playing Hytale. It's not to compete with or replace Minecraft, we just want something that resonates with us. Personally, I grew up with Warcraft, Diablo, D&D, and all these amazing fantasy experiences.